snow in this winter light.
Philippines. Beyond its beaches and rich culture, here, people are digitally adept and early adopters of new innovations. This is all supported by world-class digital infrastructure, here across its more than 7,000 islands, making it the ideal digital market destination, the Philippines.
IPv4.global, from Hilco Stream Bank. Backed by Hilco Global, IPv4.global has completed thousands of transfers. Our online marketplace serves address blocks and ASNs of all sizes and regions. Transparent, experienced, reliable. IPv4.global.
You don't call your mum via a chain of other people's phones. So why would your Australian network be any different? One Internet Exchange Service makes single-point national connectivity in the Australian market as simple as IAA. Carrier-neutral, high-performance, unmetered peering from IAA. Because your users deserve it.
In Asia, the IP address management is managed by an organization called APNIC. Then, APNIC appointed IDNIC, APG, to run the IP address management process, especially in Indonesia.
Team Cymru delivers no-cost threat monitoring to internet service providers and hosting providers who partner with us. Nimbus Threat Monitor gives you near real-time threat detection, illuminating the compromised assets on your network and those of your clients by correlating your network flows with our world-class IP reputation data. Saving and improving lives is Team Cymru's mission, and making the internet a safer place is integral to that mission. Take advantage of our peer signal threat detection today.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome back to the second half of the third day of APRICOT 2022 conference. And so this afternoon, we have a session on securing routing, and I'd like to introduce your session chair, Tashi Funcho. Tashi, all yours. Let me start the recording. There we go.
Thank you, Doc, for that. Welcome back, everyone, to this routing security session. Just a quick introduction of our speakers today. First up, we have Dave, our own Dave, a colleague of mine at APRICOT, who will talk about RPKI in 2021. We are also joined by Aaron from RIAN's New Zealand's Research and Education Network. Do we have Aaron online? And finally, it'll be wrapped up by Cohen from University of Twente. So welcome and thank you, Dave, Cohen, and Aaron. Without further ado, Dave, kick off the session, sir, with your review of RPKI in 2021.
No problem. Thank you, Tashi. Hopefully that looks like you should be able to see my screen.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Let's get this rolling. So my name's Dave Phelan. I am a trainer here at APRICOT. Also part of my title is Senior Network Analyst. So one of the things we do is we look at some of the things that have happened within networks globally and also within our region and see what's been going on. So anybody who's played with us at any of our RPKI training events will be fairly familiar with some of this deck, starting with these ones. So we'll start with reviewing some of the leaks that we've seen this year or in the last 12 months. So we go back to the 16th of April, AS 55410, who happens to be Vodafone Idea, decided that they would leak out about 30K prefixes and about 4K ASNs. Now, the main upstream leakers for this event were Bharti Airtel and also their parent Vodafone UK. Most of this was actually spread via IXs. It didn't propagate too far beyond that, but some of their peers hung onto those routes. So AS6939, for instance, actually hung onto these routes for a good couple of hours. So this caused a huge traffic spike and redirection of some very, very important prefixes. So that was a great way to kick off the year. 5th of Feb, we also had a military coup in Myanmar, and it was ordered that Twitter be blocked. And this is reminiscent of many other controlled hijacks where a government entity has asked the ISPs to block access to things. And they've done the old, I'll go and look up Twitter, see what the prefix is, not realizing that, there's more than just a single /24. They go and announce the more specific, and then all of a sudden, Twitter wants to go to Myanmar. On the plus side, only about 6 of the peers accepted those, and most other networks were actually doing some form of IRR. But out of those 6, why weren't they filtering? Why didn't Twitter create rowers for their prefixes? It would have been stopped a bit further on. Manars did a much more detailed analysis of this, but it lasted again for a couple of hours. It wasn't just a short little hijack. This one was a nice little Christmas present. Pubadu in our services division actually pinged me on that morning of the 15th and said, Dave, can you have a look at this? And for some reason, Moratel Indo in Indonesia decided that they wanted to be all of the IPv6 address space. So they went and actually announced the 2000/3 aggregate. StarHub in Singapore actually took the announcement. So StarHub didn't even appear to be filtering prefixes coming from Moratel. On the plus side, we didn't see it much further than this, because StarHub's actually fairly well connected and their upstreams were dropping it. But again, there were no filters. There doesn't appear to have been any IRR or RPKI filtering at StarHub's side or Moratel's own outbound filters. So let's look at some numbers. So globally, The V4 table has seen about a 6.3% increase, depending on where you're sitting on the internet. Based from what we could see here, we went to about 922K V4 routes. Now, all of the stats I'm talking about today will be V4. I'm not going to talk about the V6 side. It pretty much mirrors what we're seeing in V4, apart from obviously the address table sizes. We saw a increase in valids globally by about 9, almost 10% for rowers, but we also still saw an increase of invalids. The bulk of these seem to be made up with maximum length invalids. So people saying, hey, I want to assign my address space for a /22, but I'm actually originating a 24 or something more specific. Invalid AS, again, we saw an increase in there. A lot of those are down to people with multi-ASN networks, not checking where things are originating from and signing the rowers incorrectly. And some of these are just out and out wrong. So they've gone and not just mismatched the AS, but they've also mismatched their max length. So we've seen increases whilst, 0.07 to 0.2% isn't much. It's still a fairly big increase per type over the time. Not founds pleasingly have gone down. So the not found address space or things that aren't signed has fallen by about 5%. But the question we then asked was, well, why haven't they dropped in proportion to the valids going up? If we add all of the, add everything together, we're not getting that 6% increase, that 9% increase. So there's still about a 4% gap there. It could be down to new allocations that people haven't signed, or it could be down to people who have deaggregated and haven't signed those prefixes. So we look specifically within APAC, trying to find out how much new address space or how much address space was increased was actually quite difficult. I had to go digging through our own delegated stats. And the rough number I came up with is about 2,782 /23s were handed out from the Asia Pacific region this year. Our valid, we're pretty much on par there, 9.57% with global. Invalids, we're still not too bad. And not found was a decrease of 10%, which is well above what we saw on the global average. Invalid is marginally better than global, but not by much. But the not found is the actual surprising bit. Now, some of this is down to the work that we've been doing, not just us, but within other communities. Like we saw Pakistan go from about 22% up to 78% or 80% rower signing. Plus, we've also seen large providers talking to their downstream customers saying, hey, we're about to turn on route origin validation. Maybe you should sign your prefixes, and they'll actually take them through it. So they're doing some of the lifting for us. How are we looking the subregions? So the first graph here, this one is the start of the year. So the January number, December, and I've done a graph of the difference. So this one here is just our valid percentage by subregion. East Asia, everyone across the subregions has actually had an increase in valids, so that's good to see. If we look at the invalids by subregion, the only one that has actually gone down is Southeast Asia. They've obviously done a fair bit of work on their side trying to clean up their invalid announcements or correcting their rowers, more to the case. And if we look at not founds, everybody across the board has done their bit to sign their prefixes. Again, Southeast Asia seem to have been one of the better parties on this. We look at the global leaderboard. Our region in Asia Pacific is fairly well represented here. There's about seven sub-regions or sub-economies within the global table, global leaders that are in the top 20. Also note that within the Oceania, there's some small areas, and I'll talk about these in a minute. Within Asia Pacific, I split out the countries and just said, okay, what's your percentage of valid signing? Niue, Maldives, Tonga, Sri Lanka, a fair chunk of these are above that 90%, which is a great number to see. The thing is, when you've only got a /23 for the whole country, achieving 100% actually isn't that hard. It's signing a couple of prefixes. So we look at it by addresses, it tells a slightly different story. So it sort of seeing this number here, you're seeing Taiwan seeing at 85%, but when they've got 28 million odd addresses they've got to worry about, that's not a bad effort. Same goes for Pakistan. Like I said, they actually had a very big push that was led predominantly by one of my former teammates, Yasir. He dealt with the Pakistani community in getting that up to a good number. But I'm not going to discount the work done by the smaller economies. They've done their bit, they've done the right thing. Route origin validation becomes a bit trickier. So this was the best I could find from the start of the year. I had to go back to June. The tools I have couldn't give me the stats I wanted, but this is how we looked basically in June 2020. There is a lot of red on that map, especially around our region. And if you've ever known red to be a good color, it's not. So we were very, very much behind the 8 ball. Fast forward to December and the picture looks a lot better. Now you'll notice in the rest of the world that a lot of them, some went from green to red and a lot of us went from red to green. The problem with measuring these sorts of stats is trying to determine who really is doing route origin validation. Now, Jeff has done a fair few blog posts and presentations on this. I'm not going to go heavily into it, but basically he looks at the global routing stats, has a look to see who is actually, from the route views version of things and other collectors, who is actually still passing on, originating or allowing invalids announcements through their networks, as well as some other tools that he has. So it's harder to measure, but what if my network isn't doing validation, but my upstream is? So if we go back to this picture here, we can see PNG is looking pretty good. So PNG at December last year was seen as filtering invalids, about 80%, which is great. But those 80% transited through Dataco, who then upstreamed through Vocus in Australia. Vocus is filtering invalids. The rest of the networks I had a look at in PNG, for instance, Daytech, they had heavy prepends towards Dataco, but they also used another AS for their transit. Now, if I compare that to today, I'll just quickly show today's map. It's a different picture again. So clearly Dataco have changed their routing to preference another upstream that clearly isn't doing route origin validation, or if they are, they're not stopping at their borders and they're just passing the prefixes through. So what have we learned in the last 12 months? Adjacency ribs are important. There were some NCSC disclosures, which I won't go heavily into because Colin, I'm sure, will talk more about that. There's some issues with the APRICOT portal, and we probably need to talk about the RPKI chain of trust. So adjacency ribs. So this was first brought to our attention here at APNIC in August last year. We were assisting a network with their Rove implementation. It was in place for a little while, and then we got a phone call from one of their upstream saying, hey, did you help this network out? We see their sessions resetting every 300 seconds. We thought, okay, it's a bit odd. Spent some time with the networks in question. That involved Cisco TAC, and Cisco said, just turn soft reconfig inbound on and problem will go away. And lo and behold, it did. But why did this fix it? We need to go back to how BGP works on routers, and an RPKI or a VRP refresh causes a policy change, which then causes a route refresh. So routers that implemented route refresh and didn't have an adjacency rib would then trigger a route refresh to the peers. Fast forward to November, and at RIPE 83, lo and behold, Randy, Mark, Philip, and KO put together a draft RFC talking exactly about this. Mark Tinker's network was impacted quite badly from it due to the fact that he was de-peered by AT&T as a result. So proposed fixes are keep a full adjacency rib in. If you don't have that option, then when the BGP drops the invalid, keep the path but mark it as dead, or keep a minimal adjacency rib dropped, or don't run RPKI policy on those routers which can't do that. So NCSC disclosures. So this occurred on around the 9th of November. It was not well received with some of the parties involved due to the lack of consultation time. So they delayed that and then came up with a list of CVEs. Full list is there. Validators that have been fixed and patched is Octo, Fort, RPKI Client Prover. Make sure you check which versions you are currently running. What did they find? Some validators ran as root, some crashed when they were presented with invalid data, etc. Like I said, I'm not going to go into this. I don't want to steal Cohen's thunder. But to make use of these attacks, you have to be somewhere in the trust chain to begin with. So finding people that are actually abusing the system actually becomes a bit easier. Right validator is not mentioned because the right validator was discontinued back in July. So if you are still using the right validator, please look at a new alternative. There was a good write-up on the right blog not long after Cohen released that, and there is also a mirror of that on the APNIC blog. But not all issues can be fixed by the RP software. Some of them are on the routers, some are in the protocol, and there's a draft ROC to fix some of this. Now, we couldn't say that we're not part of the problem, we'd be lying. So there was a blog that I think Tashi wrote a couple of years ago talking about the rise of the invalids. And that was basically talking about what we were doing wrong. So a lot of these max length issues could be caused by someone assuming that the default maximum length that in our APNIC portal that was being presented could be assumed that that is what I need to set. So if I went and poked in a v6 address, for instance, this /30, this address here, it would assume and it would pre-fill that max length box with whatever I put in for my prefix. So I put in a /33, it would go, I'll put a /33 in here, and people would go and click next, 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 okay. So the solution from APNIC side has been to remove that from the UI. So at least then you're thinking about what you need to do. Don't just assume that the blind defaults will actually work for you. Clean up your BGP before you create rowers and make sure you understand that what you are announcing to your peers. Only create rowers for what you advertise in BGP. Follow that minimal rower concept. If you are running a multi-ASN network, check, double check, even triple check where your routes are originating from. Let's fix that invalid AS, invalid ASMLs. And you can have multiple rowers for the same address space. Valid will win over invalid, and not found is always better than an invalid route. This was a good one. We actually got the chance to travel earlier in late last year. And during our workshop, we observed a hijack. So AS25478 was actually doing an active hijack during that session. Problem, when people were creating their rowers, our suggested route imports was suggesting that we import those hijacked routes because they were visible in route views or in ripe stats. So how do we fix this? Short term, check the recommended routes before importing and validate the import data against what you know you are originating. Go back to the previous fix. Longer term, I believe there is some back-end validation. I've heard Tom announce it earlier that's being done to make sure that those routes won't be visible. Chain of trust. This one's caused some pain this year for some address holders. As you can see here, I've actually touched this image up because it was incorrect on the website, but under APNIC, we have a lot of NIRs. So as far as RPKI goes, the ones at the top, they support full self-hosting with delegation. So if you want to run your own delegation stack with Krill or similar, then the top three will definitely support that. IDNIC is working on that. They do self-hosted and they will do delegation, and KRNIC is still implementing. IRIN and VNNIC, you still need to contact them directly to get ROAs created, and they have no delegated options at this stage. Historic resources. This came through in APRICOT 51. So we said RPKI was going to be available for non-member and full accounts. There'll be no change to fee calculations, and would also have no joining fee on new non-member accounts. But you have until January 2023 to set up your account, or the resources will be reclaimed. Ellie did a quick chat on that on day one. Any other further questions on that, feel free to contact the help desk. And don't forget, if you haven't already done it, sign your ROAs. Any questions? And I've run over by 1 minute.
Thank you, Dave, for that overview. Yes, we ran over by a minute. Not an issue. I hope others can make up the time. Any questions in the chat? I don't see any questions in the chat. Going once, going twice, going thrice. I have a question, but in the interest of time, maybe I'll see at the end. Dave, please don't go anywhere. I'll save it for last.
You know where I live.
So, yep. Thank you so much, Dave.
No worries. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. While they provided a good segue to Cohen's talk, next up we have Aaron. We'll let Aaron run first, and we'll save Cohen for last. So Aaron, you're up next, sir.
Oh, thank you. Hang on, let's see if I can figure out how to share my screen. All right, is that visible?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. So I just wanted to do a bit of an operational talk. There's a lot of academic talks around and things like that. I'm not an academic. I said no when they asked if I wanted to do a PhD. So I'm going to do a very operational talk about what REANZ does in order to secure routing across our network. So just a little bit about us. I'm just going to hide myself, sorry. Just a little bit about us. We are New Zealand's NREN. We actually only have an engineering team of 8. I think that's probably 7 actually at the moment. And we have peering points in 3 countries, so New Zealand, Australia, and the US. We are the ISP for all of the universities in the country, or at least provide connectivity to them, as well as our Crown Research Institutes and a number of smaller research and educational institutions as well. Okay, so what is the problem that we're here to discuss? People have been talking about it a bit, so I won't go through it too much. But basically, there is not that much trust in routing information on the internet. Everyone who's been a network engineer for some time has experienced causing a route leak. Perhaps you haven't intentionally hijacked routes, but you've probably experienced accidentally leaking routes. But it can be done maliciously as well, and it's really, really, really easy to do. And the other thing that we're looking to resolve is spoof source IP addressing. It's relatively easy to spoof your source address, send requests into the network, and then the responses to those end up going back to the host who actually owns that addressing. This behavior obviously can be leveraged to perform the likes of amplification DDoS attacks. All right, so this is where Manners comes in. Manners is a global initiative that essentially has put together a collaborative community that exists around ensuring collective responsibility of routing security. One of the things that they've recognized is actually it's really hard to protect yourself from the internet, because you actually don't have a full view of the picture of the internet, or at least you can't trust the full view of the picture of the internet that you have. It is actually much easier to protect other people from yourself. And so they do this using a couple of different programs for different sort of sectors of the internet community, with actions involved and requirements in order to achieve your Manners membership. I'm only going to talk about network operators because, well, I am one, and so I've really only looked very closely at this one and implemented a whole lot of the actions based on this. Now, I will say that RANS has actually been on the routing security journey for a long time, probably for 7 or 8 years. A number of people have come and gone who have been driving this forward. And when Manners started up, actually, it fit really well with the way we thought about things. So when we went to sign up for Manners, there actually wasn't that much that we had to do. There were a few things we had to tweak and a few things we had to roll out, but we were on the right path. So that's why actually we were able to be the first organisation in New Zealand to actually become a Manners member. I think there's only about 3 now. So if NZNOG hadn't been cancelled in January, I'm sure that people have been kicked in the pants there. All right, so Manners for network operators has 4 actions. So the first one is compulsory, and you are required to prevent propagation of incorrect routing information onto the wider internet. Secondly, and currently this is recommended, but I fully expect it to become compulsory down the line, is prevent traffic for spoof source IP addressing. Third one is facilitate global operational communication and coordination. And finally, facilitate routing information on a global scale. This can be implemented using either RIR and or RPKI. So let's go through how RANS actually implements each of these actions on our network. And yeah, give you an idea of what we do and what you might need to look into if you're wanting to do this on your own network. So the first action is prevent propagation of incorrect routing information. So first things first, we apply exact route filters on all of our customer internet service handovers, or at least all the BGP ones. So this protects against the possibility of route leaks or route hijacks by our customers. And here's an example of actual configuration that we use on our network. This is just a routing policy to limit what one of our officers can actually advertise. As you can see, it's pretty simple. You accept what's allowed. We use exact route filters. You accept what's allowed and add that into your import policy after you've set all your communities and things like that. We automate all of our internet routing policy. I would not want to try and write routing policy by hand at this stage. We probably have about 50,000 lines of it. And even once it's on the box, how do you know it's still correct? So obviously we automate it all. So to do that, we maintain an Ipam database. We use PHP IPM, but PHP IPAM, but Netbox or otherwise will do the trick as well. So because we maintain exact route filters based out of that Ipam database, our customers have to notify us of any changes to their address spaces. That is if they wish to add new addressing. They may have just purchased or gotten from APRICOT, if that's even still possible these days, or if they want to break down existing larger routes, route prefixes, for example, taking a /23 and re-advertising that as /24s. So when that comes to the NOC, we ensure that the address range does belong to the customer. We check to see either if it's a smaller prefix of what currently exists in our Ipam database, or we go to Whois, which pulls data from all of the RIRs. One of the interesting things is we can check on that day whether it's actually legit, but we don't currently have a mechanism to ensure addressing remains legitimate into the future. And actually, this was a real problem for us. When we went to join Manners in the first instance, they only had one question for us. They asked why we had actually leaked routes that we weren't allowed to a couple months earlier for a couple of days. And after looking into that a little bit, we realized what had happened was one of our universities had actually sold a portion of their address space. And so obviously that had been updated in the RIR database. However, they had not withdrawn that route from their network, and we had no way of knowing that they'd actually sold it and that route was now no longer legitimate. So this is something that I want to look forward to, in the future to implementing, just a thing that checks to see if address ranges change or address ownership changes. We automate deployment across it using netconf. And because it's such a standard change, it can be done during the day. None of this working at night nonsense. A couple other things we do. We add export route filters on external pairings. This is just a belts and braces approach, just in case we've accidentally leaked something into our internet service VRF. So it also protects against us accidentally screwing up our configuration and accidentally transiting peer routing. What I don't mention here, because we don't do it because it's hard and it's not really in the purview of Manners at this stage, is we don't really do any import routing policy based on IRR information or anything like that, which we'll get into shortly. We don't really do that because it gets hard really fast, and it can be hard to tell if you break parts of the internet. The other thing we do is we add route number limits on external pairings. This is not at all required for Manners, but it's really easy to set up. And it generally protects against accidental route leaks, although it will not protect against malicious route hijacking of small numbers of prefixes. And obviously we notify when we hit 80% of the threshold, because we don't want BGP sessions bouncing all over the place as a part of ordinary day-to-day operations. Now, here's a really good point, time to bring up, after the last couple of slides, the blog post that was written by Cloudflare that was released last week was actually really timely for this talk, because what had happened is they were setting up an internet connection where they had accidentally forgotten to apply routing policy. Now, fortunately, that didn't become a massive deal because the internet service provider that they were connecting to had set up route limits on their pairings. And so the BGP just bounced. Once they figured out what it was, they had actually missed their export policy. And so the default action of VRFs on a Juniper was to export everything, which basically meant they became a transit provider for all of the routes that all of the peers that they were peering with, which is not a good thing. So one of the points that they came up with for that was actually VRFs defaulting to an implicit allow is a bad idea. Hopefully firewalls don't do it. Why should routers? And so in order to mitigate that, they've decided to add, essentially they've got a way of implementing default rejects on VRFs until you add an explicit override to allow routes. So what I actually did at the start of the week was I've written a proposal that's going to our engineering team, which we will discuss on Friday and most likely accept, and we'll kick off a piece of work to do the same thing on our network. So I just wanted to call out Cloudflare and say thank you for writing your blog post. Thank you for being very transparent. It is really valuable to the internet community. Cool. So action 2, how do we prevent traffic with spoof source addresses from entering our network from our customer networks? Obviously, we use ACLs. we apply an input ACL filter on all of our internet service handovers. These ACLs are generated from exactly the same database as our route filters. There is a little bit of complexity with implementing these ACLs because there are certain aspects of network data that should be able to make it through your network, even if it belongs to addressing that exists outside of our customers' address space, and that is generated for dual home customers, ICMP unreachable, TTL exceeded, echo replies, these sorts of messages that come from link nets on BGP handovers. And link nets typically belong to the ISP, not the customer. So we've added filters and rules in to allow this type of traffic whilst blocking the rest of it. Now, currently, our ACLs are generally in safe mode. That means they count, but then accept unmatched traffic. We have a piece of work underway at the moment, which was meant to be completed at the end of this quarter, although now that it is March, it will probably eat into next quarter, where we look at migrating from safe mode to strict mode, where we actually drop or reject traffic that is not expected or from sources that are not expected. The reason why this is taking a little bit of time is there is a pretty significant chance that you can cause unexpected outages on your customer networks by turning these sorts of ACLs on. And so we need to basically one by one work through turning these things on and working very closely with our customers to ensure that they don't experience an extended outage because of this change or because of some unexpected implication, for example, sourcing a NAT on another ISP's address space or something. We are currently counting the traffic so we can tell whether there is traffic that is being sourced from sources that we don't expect. Sorry, I'll just have a glass of water. And there's just a really simple example, again, a real world example of the ACL route filter that we apply on all of our handovers. Cool, action 3. And I'll try to rush through this a bit more because I feel like I'm probably running low on time. Facilitate global operational communication coordination. The main thing here is make yourself able to be contacted. The number way to do it for us, if I was to try and contact someone, would be to go straight to Pairings DB. So make sure Pairings DB is up to date, and obviously contact information inside of your RIR, for example, APNet. Manners also requires contact details and will annually check to make sure those contact details work and are responded to. And when they do that annual check, you must respond within 72 hours. And just as a point here, use a shared inbox. It avoids reliance on a single person. People go on holiday, people get sick. Use a shared inbox. Now, another requirement for manners is you must respond in a timely manner to routing incidents or disruptive routing incidents. So if you cause a route leak or a route hijack, you must identify and mitigate that within 24 hours. Chances are the identification is going to be someone coming to you to complain about it. And then within 72 hours, you must notify manners of any disruptive incidents and what you've done to mitigate. And they'll likely ask what you're going to do to ensure that doesn't occur again in the future. Fortunately, we've never had to do that. I hope someone else is on call the day that we do. So action 4, facilitate routing information on a global scale. So basically, make sure your IRR data routing information is up to date. So IRR routing information is actually used to generate route filters by a number of different providers. As I said earlier, we don't actually do this, but transit providers, peering, so IXPs, content cloud providers and other peering networks may do it. And certainly there are a number of peers that we connect to that do. So make sure it's up to date and correct. So we use our Rdp. It's because it's sort of the one, relatively untrustworthy. You do need a login to actually make changes in the API, but there isn't really any limitations on what you can change, hence its untrustworthiness. We fully automate this. So we automate validity checks and generation and update of entries. Also, APRICOT or your RIR, it's a good way to do it. It is trustworthy because APRICOT owns our address space. They know what we're allowed to add routing information for, as has been mentioned previously. So obviously maintain your route objects in there. There isn't a write API at present, so obviously updates are manual, but we do automate object validity checks for that as well. And the other thing is RPKI rowers. This is an and/or situation. You can do IRR or rowers. We do both, but you can choose to do one. But you might get into trouble if you don't do IRRs as well. So RPKI is trustworthy. You can only generate objects for resources that you own, that is enforced by your RIR, and it cryptographically binds route prefixes to origin ASs, which means even if you delegate your own address space, obviously you need to configure your customer's AS on that. I'm not going to go into it because it has been spoken about. And enabling route origin validation, ROV. Again, not going to talk about this too much, but we have done it. This is not under the purview of manners at this stage because, again, this is more about protecting yourself from other people, not other people from yourself. So at the moment, it's not really within manners purview at this stage. But we do ROV and we do drop invalid routes on our edge. We don't, however, do this for customers today, although we do intend on turning it on at some stage. We're pretty keen to set up some monitoring to check our customers' rowers before we do so, or check the validity of our customers' rowers to make sure we're not going to start dropping their packets on the floor. So that's just something we need some time to do. Cool. So what are the learnings? And we are getting to the end of this. I apologize. Routing security is everyone's responsibility. There is no single person that can solve this problem. And that is what manners and basically the entire community recognizes. So collaboration and community is key. Don't try and tackle everything from the start. Just look for incremental improvements. What's the easiest thing that's going to give you the most benefit? For me, it's probably enabling that route policy on customer handovers. Maintain an Ipam. You can generate everything out of an Ipam with a decent API. And so you know that everything is correct. Automate everything, do validity tests and generate config. Validity tests actually for me are a really important one, not only checking to see that your entries and everything are all up to date, but also we're currently working on tests to ensure that we do in fact have a route policy and firewall policy configured where it should be. And routing security is a journey, not a destination. We've got all of the ticks today, but we may not have all of the ticks tomorrow. And so we will, obviously just keep an eye on what the current environment is and look at ways that we can improve our own routing security into the future. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Aaron. Thank you once again for sharing your journey with Manus. I think we have a question, Aaron, for you. Kentaro Goto-san has a question. Why are IRR and RPKI still operated separately? In some regions or networks, are they even designed to function in harmony?
So they are, and I was actually sort of meant to mention it, but I ran through it quite quickly, is obviously you can set up your IRR information inside of APRICOT. inside of your APNIC portal, so you can create your route objects in there, and then you can click the tick box that says, and also turn this into a rower, which is great. The one issue with that is now you can no longer actually configure it for your customers, which is probably the correct state of affairs. However, customers aren't necessarily coming to APRICOT and learning all of these things. So this is something that we need to sort of push them to do, as well as ensure that they have their own rowers configured inside and their route objects configured inside of their portal. And that is something that we want to do. We just need to sit down and write some tooling to check all of that.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks once again, Aaron. With that, let's move on to our last speaker of the day. Cohen, all yours, sir.
Well, thank you. Let me.
Sorry, I'll unshare. Sorry.
Yes, and let me quickly share my screen, and then of course picture. Let's see. You should be able to see my screen now, right? Yeah,
yes,
lovely.
Yep. All good.
Okay, the great thing is that I can keep it a bit shorter now because David already told a lot of things that I was going to tell as well. So I'm going to tell them again, but not in great detail. My name is Koen van Hoven. I'm here to talk about improving RPKI relying party resiliency, or basically why you don't want to have me in your RPKI tree, and what you can do about it if I do happen to end up in your RPKI tree. So let's quickly go over what this RPKI is. Now, you know what your RPKI is, but what I would just want to highlight is that, look, at the top of the root of the tree, this is your RIR. So for example, APNIC. APNIC allows me to use delegated RPKI to host my own publication points, my own repository, my own CA. Basically, they give me a certificate that points to my publication point, and then I can do whatever I want. I mean, you can do whatever you want, and that's great because you probably have something that you want to do with it. But I can also do whatever I want, and that's probably not something you want. Because for the very simple reason that, let's say that your relying party software sends a normal request to me to ask me what the resources I have in my repository, what ROAS, etc. And then I replied with a complete junk or a malicious response, then I might be able to break your relying party software. And this got me thinking, and this got me asking this question. If I fully control a CA and repository in the RPKI, can I then disrupt RPKI relying party software? And I will, if you want a quick answer, the answer is yes. This used to be the case, and this still is the case. So whilst it is true that a lot of things have been resolved, and there are a lot of CVEs issued for a lot of bugs and security vulnerabilities that were out there, there are still some issues left that are unsolved because they are inherent to the way the RPKI works. Let's go over this very quickly. I consider basically all RP software, including validator-free and RSync, even though you should no longer use them because neither of them is being actively supported anymore. This was tested with the latest versions that were on the 1st of November 2021. A lot of bugs are current and vulnerabilities have been fixed. So please do update your software. David already said this, but it's worth mentioning again. Please do update your software because it's very important. Let's quickly go over the structure of the way this was tested. If you want the details, you can find it also in the blog post that David already linked, and is will be also linked on the end of this slide. But basically, it is a testbed with custom repositories and CAs, and there are 15 different tests labeled A to O. Every one of them has a separate trust anchor locator. Basically, what I wanted to do is I wanted to make sure that caching didn't have I wasn't affected by caching, and I didn't need to test this on the real RPKI, so it don't actually disrupt normal RPKI operations, because that's what I want to prevent. So I want to be able to test it without anyone else being impacted by my tests, because I mean, we know what happens then, and that those things are not pretty. I focus on Rdp because that's the new protocol, and basically everyone supports it, and there's not a lot of documentation about the security of it. There are also some things about I do also look at things that also work with rsync, but I don't look at things that are specifically vulnerabilities for rsync. The simple reason is that there is no time for it. There are a lot of problems with rsync already that are currently also unsolved, but those are more or less known for quite some years now. If you are interested in those, then ask me afterwards. And the RP software was set up in a way that is realistic and not in some fantasy land and fantasy setup that nobody uses. And let me quickly go over the first test. So at the top left, you see the letter of the test that was used. On the right, you see the relying party software and whether it was vulnerable, yes or no, or question mark if I didn't test it. And then the requirements, whether it requires me to have access to be able to publish things to the repository, whether those things that I publish need to be able to signed by a valid CA. So whether I need to be able to actually sign objects, or whether I, as a publication point, I have enough. I can just need to be the publication point and not so much a CA. And whether it only works with RDP or also with rsync. So if it's yes for RDP, then it requires RDP. This is the first one. It's the infinite repository chain. Basically, if we look at if we remember that image from the first slide or the second slide, I am below APNIC. And I can, of course, delegate my resources again, and that child of mine can delegate its resources again and again and again and again. And this can be done in an on-demand fashion, so this can become an infinite chain. And if your relying party software is naive enough to just follow the chain until the end, then it means that this chain goes on to infinity. And that means that that this process never ends, and that your relying party software is effectively stuck. The second test was the 429 response header. Basically, there's an HTTP response header that tells you, please slow down, and optionally, I can tell you after how much time you can try again. So I was thinking, well, can I just set it to try again in a day, and then would your relying party software actually wait a day? And the answer to that is no, none of them do, or at least none of them do at this point in time. I tried something similar for the 302, which is basically a redirect, which says, hey, this page can be found somewhere else. And then I was thinking, okay, if I can say this page can be found somewhere else, and that page is then again said can be found somewhere else, and can be found somewhere else, etc., as an infinite chain, would that actually work? Luckily, the answer to that is also no, none of them do. So these are the two things that I tested that didn't actually work. Now, unfortunately, now we're going into the territory of things that did actually all work. A Gzip Bump. Basically, if you do use HTTP, then you can the client can tell, hey, by the way, I support compression. And the server, if it also supports compression, can then reply, okay, here is the data that you requested with compression. Now, and I can create a compressed file that in compressed form is just a couple of megabytes in size, but uncompressed becomes gigabytes or even terabytes in size. A lot of them try to parse this in memory and consequently crash. You can see on the right which ones do. In this case, it was Routinator, Octo RPKI, Gripster2, and Arsenic. An open connection. This is actually quite a simple idea. you could try to connect to me to ask me for my resources, and I say, okay, here are my resources at the speed of 4 bytes per second. Which of course, if you have like a couple hundred megabytes of data to transmit, this is going to take far longer than is reasonable. And there are quite some implementations, more or less all of them, that will happily wait that entire time for the resources to come through, which means that your relying party software will be waiting for quite a long time, and by that time your VRPs will be more or less still. The broken ROA, basically what we have, you have a ROA that is an encoded object that is defined with some binary structure. We can of course break that binary structure by doing serving something that does not adhere to that structure. In this case, I just encoded an ASCII null character as the only thing, and that already caused some implementations to crash when it encountered that. Billion laughs. The Rdp protocol is based on HTTPS and XML, and XML allows me to define entities. So I can define an entity A, and that entity, and then an entity B that is defined as 10 times A, and then an entity C that is defined as 10 times B, etc. And now you can see that this blows up quite quickly. So in textual form, this is quite small, but if you don't try to expand this becomes so large that it becomes unreasonable to parse. And this is actually this is used to work in RPKI client. By the time initially when I tested it, it worked in RPKI client, but it was updated during the process during the research that I did, and it did also work in RPKI prover. Okay, so now H. H is actually an interesting one, so I want to take a bit more time for this. You know how I talked about A, that you could create an infinite chain. Now with H, I do basically the same, except that instead of creating one child, I create 10 children. So at first I have 1, and then I have 10 children, so I have 11. And then each of them have 10 children, so I have 111, etc., etc. And you can see that even if you limit the depth of the chain, which some implementation did, well, even at a very shallow depth, you can create so many nodes that it would be unfeasible to actually go through them all and visit them all, or at least unfeasible to do that in realistic time. And of course, since I control those, I can create conditions such that it takes the maximum amount of time that your relying party software actually allows me to use. All of them are susceptible to this attack, and they still are, because it's very difficult to properly prevent this attack from happening, for the very simple reason that there are a lot of different structures used in the RPKI, and if you want to make rules of what is allowed and what's not, then you will have collateral damage, which of course is the opposite of what you want, because that might cause a valid advertisement to suddenly become not found, or even worse, invalid, in case there is an overlapping rower. Now let's go to I. I is the impossible ROA. Basically, what ROA has a max length and an IP address field, and well, we expect those to be reasonable values. But what happens if I create an IPv4 address that suddenly has, let's say, 500 bits? I mean, what does your relying party software do? Now, in most cases, nothing, but in some cases, the relying party software crashes. The ROA ASN overload. Basically, what I do is I create many ROAs for my prefix, and all of them have a different ASN. And I can create quite a bit within the limits that most relying party software allows me inside a repository. So in this case, 2 to the power 18 ASNs is around 600 megabytes in size. Of course, if you try to load that into your router will say, what the heck are you doing? I can't handle this, because just imagine that you have 2 to the power 18 entries in your router. You can probably imagine how much memory you would need, and that is probably more than your router has. There is no maximum for this as well, and the problem is, how do you define a proper maximum that doesn't actually cause collateral damage? This is still an active discussion, and nobody knows the answers to it. This probably works for all of them. I didn't test two, but I would be very surprised if it didn't work there. The same can also be done with splitting my prefix into many sub-prefixes. I mean, especially for IPv6, if I have were delegated as /48, I can just split it into /128. And I can do that so many times that I can create basically the same thing, but then this time in 500 megabytes in size. I can combine it with J if I wanted to. I can combine a lot of these techniques, and that would create a very interesting system where your router is going to be panicking about what it should do with all this information that it cannot handle. This is a very simple one. This is it's not very advanced, but the problem is that everyone could do this. Basically, what I did is I pointed the URI to say, hey, download this very large random file of random data, which is used generally for speed tests. And there are, again, a couple of implementations that actually crashed when it encountered this. So, I mean, this is very easy to do. This is just changing one file on the server, and that's it. That's how easy this is. This is XML external entities on attributes. This shouldn't be possible, and luckily isn't. So this is, again, one that nobody was affected by. This is a very simple one. Your objects inside the RPKI have a path. I was thinking, well, if I make this path very long, and with very long I mean tens of thousands of characters, and the answer to that is that most of them don't care, except for some that again crash. And last but not least, path traversal. If I in Rdp specify that the URI is something that is a folder above what it actually should be, will it actually write my ROAS outside the cache folder or outside the folder it should end up in? The answer to that is, in some cases, yes. And in some cases, it does that as root. So in some cases, I can create via Rdp, create a ROA that would then be written to, let's say, etc. /cron.daily. And if it doesn't check beforehand what the content of that ROA is, so it doesn't need to be valid ROA content, so it could also be an executable. That means that you can now possibly have a remote code execution on your server. So this is by far the worst one, of course, impact-wise. So if you use one of these softwares and you didn't update it since last November, please do, because this has been fixed in at least in Octo RPKI Enforced. I'm not quite sure whether it's been fixed in Webster 2. Please update, because this otherwise you're using technology that's meant to provide security and actually makes things less secure. This is an overview table of all what I mentioned. This is something if you want to watch it back and want to see what your Reliant party software actually does. So, as I said before, has everything been fixed? The answer to that is no. Most of them have been fixed, but H and J and K cannot be realistically fixed, or at least not without causing collateral damage and things that you would need consensus on. And because you need consensus, these are being discussed at the IETF SITROPS working group. The IETF SITROP working group would also value your input, especially if you're an operator, on what you think would be a good way to solve this, because currently there are a couple of different proposals on how to solve this, and they all have different trade-offs. And like we put it this way, I am an academic, not an operator, so there are probably things that I'm missing when it comes from an operator point of view. And I would love to have those point of views as well in the SWITROP working group. So please, if you have ideas about this, send them to the SWITROP's mailing list. Now, of course, you can guess what the consequences are, but let's just make sure that it's very clear that every INR holder can set up RPKI using their own CA and repository. That includes someone like me, because this is not getting an IP6 prefix is not that difficult. And anyone that can do that is capable of disabling RPKI on a worldwide scale, or of course in a targeted attack, because I can attack only you and not everyone else in the world. There are a couple of exceptions like APRICOT that don't do delegated RPKI at the moment. And of course, this only works until someone decides to revoke my certificate, and then my fun is over. So I will quickly over the last thing. What you should do, update your software, please. Do this, because we are seeing that a lot of people are still not updating their software. And if this happens, notify the parent of the CA, because they can revoke the certificate, and the chances are that they are not even seeing it. And if you do operate a CA, please make sure that I can contact you so I can let you know, because a lot of them don't have actually clear contact details. And going on a goose chase to find your contact details when things are going wrong is all everything but fun. Like I said, this is the link where you can find the more details and more in details. The more in detail version. I believe I went slightly over time, but I believe we all did. So.
Yeah, Cohen, all good there. All good. So sorry. I apologize to all speakers. I could see at what a pace you guys were trying to deliver. But it was interesting. So I can see we're having more crowd. Normally we see people dropping out, but we're having more and more people. Any questions for Cohen? I see Jeff and Thijs Dikok are having a good ping pong on the chat. So does any one of you want to verbalize anything? From the crowd, any questions specific to Cohen's presentation? I'll assume that's a no, but Cohen, thanks once again. Dave, thank you so much. Aaron, thanks a lot. But Cohen, like you said in your thing, I think it's good to have people like yourself providing a neutral eye. While we are all deploying things, like you said, some of the issues you pointed out are solvable, fixable, but critical ones requires a rethink of the whole RPK framework itself. So hopefully the community takes that on board and has open dialogues and deliberations. So with that, I think in the interest of time, because right after this is the NOG report, once again, Cohen, thank you so much. Dave, thanks a lot. Aaron, thanks a lot. And thanks a lot to the crowd. With that, I'll hand it back to Dr. Philip.
Thank you very much, Tashi. Wow, that was quite a session. Very full on, a lot of great information in there. So thank you so much for chairing the session, and thank you to the three speakers as well. So that was really excellent. So in the interests of time, we will move swiftly onwards, and I will stop the recording of this session. Thank you, everybody. So we have a 7-minute break, which will be enough time to go grab some fresh air and refreshment before we start off with the NOG report. So thank you, everybody, for your participation. Thanks for all the questions and the comments as well, which was great to see. And we'll be back here in 6 minutes from now.
IPv4.global, from Hilco Streambank. Backed by Hilco Global, IPv4.global has completed thousands of transfers. Our online marketplace serves address blocks and ASNs of all sizes and regions. Transparent, experienced, reliable. IPv4.global.
You don't call your mum via a chain of other people's phones. So why would your Australian network be any different? One internet exchange service makes single-point national connectivity in the Australian market as simple as IAA. Carrier-neutral, high-performance, unmetered peering from IAA. Because your users deserve it.
In Asia, the IP address management is managed by an organization called APNIC. Then, APNIC appointed IDNIC, APG, to run the IP address management process, especially in Indonesia.
Team Cymru delivers no-cost threat monitoring to internet service providers and hosting providers who partner with us. Nimbus Threat Monitor gives you near real-time threat detection, illuminating the compromised assets on your network and those of your clients by correlating your network flows with our world-class IP reputation data. Saving and improving lives is Team Cymru's mission, and making the internet a safer place is integral to that mission. Take advantage of our peer signal threat detection today.
Okay, so do we all manage to catch our breaths between the end of the last session and the start of this one? I think we had about 5 minutes probably, but the previous session was so good. And Tashi asked if we could run it on a little bit, so that's fine. It's the same Zoom session, so no stress and just running on between the two. Anyway, before we begin, let me just start the recording. So now for the rest of the afternoon, we're focusing on network operator groups, and we have the NOG report session. And for that, I'd like to introduce the moderators, Maz and Etchi. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your participation. This is a session to share about activities of each NOGs in the region, which held annually at an APRICOT. Achi and I will chair this session. We have presentations from as many as 16 NOGs. That's amazing. There will be an APRICOT quiz an hour later at 2:15 p.m. in conference local time. So if the report is not finished by then, we will do the quiz and then continue with the report at the NOG Organisers BoF. With that, let's make a start. We will make presentations in alphabetical order. So, Achi, can you make a start?
Yes, thank you, Maz. So based on the APRICOT website, we have there listed the NOGs. First up would be BD NOG. May I call on Suman Bhai? Please share your screen and you can start. Thank you.
Yep. So thank you. So hi, good morning all. So BD NOG is in this region. We actually started on 2014. So as of us, we are inspired by SANOG. So BD NOG is a forum of computer professionals working in several ICT-based organizations, namely ISPs, telcos, bank, academia. Mostly now the people are engaged here is from ISPs and telcos. These community actually work on a voluntary basis and not for profit organization as it is for other as a same it is as other NOGs in this region. So of why we work together actually. So we work together to build a better internet in Bangladesh. Now we believe due to the NOG workshops, now we have a very good number of internet engineer workforce in Bangladesh, ISPs and telcos. And build a platform to share operational work experience, conduct operational research locally, and promote local talent and to the global internet community. As I can say, some talents is really now working in different countries now, who are actually regular participants in BD NOG and has taken a training from BD NOG and facilitated discussion on local issues. We, as I already mentioned, we started on 2014 and we currently doing 2 events, but this calendar actually was not intact in this COVID period. So we couldn't arrange 2 meetings from 2020 actually. But from this year, we are hopeful that we will again manage this schedule and calendar. And in this meeting, we actually arranged 3 or 4 days workshop and 1 or 2 days of conference. And on workshop, generally we do IPv4, IPv6 routing, advanced routing on BGP, Linux system administration, DNS, DNSSEC, network security, MPLS, telephony system, cloud computing. So a wide variety of workshops actually we did in our workshops. And in our mailing list, around 3,500 members are there, and sales and marketing talks are highly discouraged with. And BDNOG event, we are arranging the events not only at Dhaka, that is our capital city, but the other regions of the Bangladesh. So mostly we do at Cox's Bazar, that is a city, city, and Srimong, Sylhet, and other cities also. So with that, their motivation is we want to include people from the other parts of Bangladesh, not only at capital. And we mostly get the good number of participants in our conferences. So here we have, like in our last online conference, we had 182 participants, and in last off-site conference, we had 186 participants, and at most we had 135 participants at BDNOG 7. So last BDNOG was BDNOG 13, so that was an online event. So our tutorials was on VPN, network management, segment routing, and had a panel discussion, and that was actually for conference, and that was for 1-day conference and 2 days tutorial online, and there was 250 registrations on that online event. So this is the main topics at a glance, and that I already mentioned. It is I welcome everyone to join at nog@bdnog.net. That is our mailing list, and in our website we have 2 languages, that is English and Bengali. And yeah, so next is BDNOG 14. So we will arrange this BDNOG 14 on May 2020. That was our that is according to our original calendar that we maintain. Still, the date is not decided yet, but it will be on May. So 1-day conference and 4-day workshop will be in this time. And another new venture we are trying to explore, that is accident and incident analysis, that we are trying to trying with Maj. So we will discuss this on our on-site event, how we can move forward with this agenda. And obviously that will be a face-to-face event. We are expecting the COVID situation will remain better like now. So hopefully that time will be a face-to-face event. So thank you all.
Thank you, Usman. So next up is Bhutanese NOG, BDNOG, Ipam.
Yeah. All right. So let me share my screen.
Yeah, it's coming.
All right. So hello to everyone. I am Ipam. I'm the current BDNOG chair. BDNOG L8 was held on 20th and 21st October 2021. And as usual, we did it virtually because the current situation was bad in Bhutan. A lot of lockdowns happening in different parts of the country. So we had to make it virtual. Unlike other NOGs like MNOG, which did it in a hybrid way. So we had just 2 days. So first day was tutorial. And unlike BDNOG 7, we wanted to make it a bit different. Because the BDNOG 7 was just a conference. So this time we thought, let's make it a bit different and let's try to follow the trend going in the region by introducing a tutorial session. And for that, we conducted a survey among all the ICT personals in the community. And based on their feedback, we got down to 2 cores. That was network security and network monitoring and management. Further, we requested APNIC to provide us with the resource person for network security, but we did tell them that we did request them to customize the course based on the requirement of the ICT. So we had the lead instructor, Warren Finch from APNIC, who was supported by local instructor Alicia from Bhutan Telecom and Pratima from the ministry. And we had about more than 50 registered participants. The second track was network monitoring and management, which was led by Dev Fallon and Tashi Funso from APNIC, and supported by Sonam Penjo from RUB and Manoj from the GIC, that's a reinsurance company. And for the same, we had about 50 registered participants. We had to limit the number of participants due to the limitation on during the labs. We also conducted some quiz that was fun quiz, which comprised of general questions from related to the ICT technology, and tech quiz, which was purely to do with the tracks. And both the sessions were done over Kahoot, and Kahoot was as well sponsored by APNIC. Forgot to mention, even the Zoom session was sponsored by APNIC. The second day was the conference day. Using the APNIC sponsored Zoom platform, we had about 160 plus registered participants. Limited number of participants were from outside the country. Maximum participants were from within the country. And we had our keynote speaker, Desho Tiledoji. Since he was there since the beginning of internet in Bhutan in 1999, he described the journey of Bhutan's internet from the old DSL 64 kbps to today's 60 Gbps circuit in 2020. And then we had Dr. Philip Smith, who was there as well when the first internet started in Bhutan. Indeed, he helped the whole establishment of the internet in Bhutan. So we requested him as well to present as a keynote speaker, and he did a very nice presentation on Bhutan's internet journey. And then on the conference speaker, we had Jeff Hurston. He emphasized on technology adoption in Bhutan's ISP, followed by Brian Davenport from Team Kaimuru, who talked about threat intelligence. And then George Michelson, who talked about maybe BGP security isn't the problem right now. And then we had a local speaker, Mr. Lungten Wangchuk, who talked on Kubernetes. And then Mr. Denduf from Fuzzy Automation, a startup automation in the country. He was talking about precision farming in Bhutan, which was indeed very insightful. And I made a presentation myself on the Internet Exchange update. And then the panel discussion was there, which was moderated by Tashi Funso. And the topic was network evolution and trend in the country. We had the panelist Paresh from the CTO of Nokia, Warren Mitchell, head of network and software architecture, ARNET, Mr. Jamyang, he's the general manager for planning department in Tashisel, and Roshan Sharma, he's the associate director of DHI. DHI is a group holding and investment, and he works for the InnoTech department. I remember Archie, I think in one of the PHNOG where he handed over a television. So in order to attract the participants, we had a similar idea, but we really didn't want to afford a television. So what we did was, for the quiz and for the fun quiz and the tech quiz, we handed out some JBL headphones and gift vouchers that was sponsored by one of the online shopping platform in Bhutan. And then we did hand out some Samsung phones that was new in the market and was capable of supporting the 5G technology. And yeah, that was it in terms of attracting. Also, we, in order to encourage more participations, we also recharged the phones of the participants, the top 100 participants, with some data balance, which would be enough for them to attend the sessions. Then I'd just like to introduce the BTNOG coordination team. Here we have our man Tashi Funso from APNIC. We have Alicia from Bhutan Telecom. We have again Pratima from MOIC, that's the ministry. She works for the Bhutan Cybersecurity Emergency Response Team. We have Sonam Namgye from again Tashisel. He's a system and network admin over there. We have Manoj, he is the IT head at the insurance company. We had Tashi Tobge. He works for a private ICT firm called Zilla System. We have Mr. Bharat. He runs his own company as well. Karma Jamyang, who looks after the REN network in Bhutan, actually, and myself. So here we are a mix of people from government, private, and overseas. So this is a mix of people in the coordination team, and we have recently flooded out call for volunteers. So might be restricted to Bhutanese only, but if there are any other Bhutanese attending here, please send us an email to btnog@nog.bt if you're interested. And the next BTNOG, I think this was a discussion we had since BTNOG 6 that we want to conduct the next BTNOG in Bumthang, which is the Switzerland of Bhutan. But due to the pandemic, we are not able to do so. So let's say this year, if things improve, if we can have people coming from outside, if we have more relaxation on the number of people that can gather during an event, we might as well think of conducting the next BTNOG in Bumthang. Or if the situation continues, we might have to do it virtual as well, but we'll try to make it a bit different. And thank you. That's all from my side.
Thanks, Ipam. And yeah, we handed up a TV at PageNog and we haven't been able to replicate that. So probably next time. Yeah. Next up would be HKNog, calling Justin.
Yep. Hello. Thank you.
Go ahead then. Share your screen.
All right. So yeah, nice to meet you guys this afternoon or morning. I'm from Hong Kong now, which I'm the new community member this year, and really appreciate that I can join this sharing section. So for Hong Kong now, we are usually taking up 2 events per year, but due to the pandemic, and there's so many happening in Hong Kong right now, so we hold like one online section for each year, starting from Hong Kong North 0.1. We're actually, for 2023, we're actually approaching to our 10 years anniversary. Yeah. So this is our web page, which are a group of email or social media that we continuing to update our events to different social media, inviting different sectors people join our events. Back to last year, we have our Hong Kong North 10.0, which is on the date of September 10th, 2021. There's 14 sharing section that we had gone through, which including cloud live streaming, cybersecurity, which one of the topic that I feel like pretty interesting is talking about the 30 years of the internet in Hong Kong. So this is a very valuable sharing section. And we also cover like geographic impact about, China and Hong Kong recent development, and also the new core site that the Hong Kong Internet Exchange has launched. So back to Hong Kong North preparation for the event 10.0. We're actually doing the online Zoom sharing. So thanks for the host and everybody from the Hong Kong North. We prepare all the equipment and well preparation for the event. We do coming up with many new members into Hong Kong North. For example, like Maggie Lee is helping us as a host for the Hong Kong North 10.0. And for those sharing, it actually we have posted all the presentation on our webpage, which when the audience that like to review our audio presentation, they can actually download it from our webpage. So this is our very last face-to-face meeting. Even some of our buddy has transferred to some other region. We still meet up together in a place, and we hope that we have acquired more program community and also in different setup. So for the upcoming Hong Kong NOG 11.0, we were intended to do a physical, but really that depends on the pandemic condition. But the date has been set to September 2020. And yeah, to be quick, this is some little update from Hong Kong NOG.
Thank you very much, Justin.
Yeah.
Now we are moving on. Next up is India. Pankaj, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Mas.
Do you have any material or slides?
Yes, I have that. I have that.
Okay.
Just give me a minute. I thought there was another in between, so I wasn't prepared. Just give me a moment.
Yep. And if you can send the material for us. And
it was already, it was uploaded. Mas, it was uploaded. Yeah. Just a minute. Yeah. So here you go. Yeah, I've opened the file. I'll share my screen now. Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yes. Can you make it full screen mode?
Yeah. Yep. Is it okay now?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi. Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. So it's good to be, in the NOG update in the APRICOT, that too virtually again this year. Hopefully, the next one would be in person. We all are missing that. I'm sure everybody is missing in-person meeting. So this is a small update which I'm going to do on behalf of the INOG, which is the Indian Network Operators Group. So the Indian Network Operators Group we are here to promote the technical knowledge amongst the service providers as well as the content providers related to the network operations. And we provide a common venue to share and learn about from each other in a collaborative manner. So this is our mailing list, inog@inog.net. And you could, the archive is there on this URL, which we have shared on the screen. So the first INOG was held in New Delhi in August 2018, and the second one was in 2019. These were the in-person events, and after that, as we all know, that the COVID struck, and we somehow could not hold those sessions, INOGs. But definitely, we did have an online event related to that, and plus what we've been doing is that. Thanks to Anurag and some of the other PC members, that we are also organizing the tech sessions. These tech sessions are typically over a period of 3 hours over a Zoom, and different types of the subjects are taken, and we have a great sense of achievement because almost more than 100 people participate in each one of these. Sessions, which are the tech sessions. I'll talk about it in a subsequent slide. What all. So INOG 1, we had some 160-70 people who participated. 2 were 140 people. Again, both were held in India Habitat Center in New Delhi. And the third online, because of the COVID, we did it online, 152 participants. 4 we could not do. We had decided to have it last year, but somehow because of the COVID, we cancel that because of the pandemic. These are the tech sessions which I was mentioning that, thanks to Anurag and Raumaki Jayashina, Aldona, and my friend Sunny also, it's because APNIC has been supporting us in the INOG as well. So these are some of the, those tech sessions which the INOG has been conducting over a period of time, and this has been widely accepted by, and people look forward attending those sessions. And for everybody's benefit, now the NOG 5 again, this is going to be a virtual event, which we have decided to hold in the month of May. It's going to be a 3-day event. The workshops on the 3rd and the 4th May, and the conference will be held on the 1-day conference on the 5th of May. Although we wanted to have it a hybrid, so far it is, we've decided to hold on only the virtual part. But as and when, if we see that there is a COVID restrictions are eased, so we'll figure out. But as of now, we've decided to hold it on online only. This is on the next NOG 5, and I would encourage people to subscribe to our mailing list and attend this conference virtually. That's all from my side. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Pankaj. Next would be Mas from JANOG. Hi, Mas.
Yes. So on behalf of the JANOG committee, I will present a JANOG update. So JANOG founded in 1997. We have about 9,000 mailing list participants. We have 2 meetings per year, usually January and July. And discussions are in Japanese because we are not good at speaking English language. So our model is pretty interesting because there is no registration fee, even it's a face-to-face or virtual meeting. Meals, drinks, and socials at your own. And our meeting host arrange every needed facilities for us, right? So last year we had the JANOG 48 in Gifu. It's a hybrid event. We have on-site venue and also online Zoom webinar we used. Most people participate in the meeting from remote, but we had about 400 on-site participants. Also, in this January, we had the JANOG 49. It's also hybrid event. On site, we have, again, about 400 people, but most people participating from remote. And it seems like sponsors who have on-site booth were pretty happy about that, and they have a physical booth there. Because of that, people can talk each other and then share recent experiences, and people really appreciated it. And we have a meeting in this year, July in Hokkaido, and the next year, January, we will have a meeting in Yamanashi as well. And one more thing, we have a new JANOG committee member, Megumi Takagi. She was a fellow of JANOG before. Now she became the committee member. So now we have younger members as well in the committee member. That's all. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Mads. Next up is Cambodia, KHNOG. Min, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone. I'm Makito from KHNOG. I will present the KHNOG update. KHNOG stands for the Cambodia Network Operators Group. KH here means Khmer or Cambodia. Our mission is for network operators having presence in Cambodia to exchange the technical and operational information, knowledge, and experience. And we aim to build a strong technology-based community for everyone in Cambodia in the long run with the integrity, dignity, and transparency. Currently, KHNOG is run by our executive committee, which has 13 people, including myself. And all of us are from different industries, including banking, government, ISPs, or other network operators. We did our first KHNOG 1 event back in 2019. It was pre-COVID age. That's why at the time we were able to do the physical event without a mask. And 2020, due to the COVID situation, our KHNOG 2 was fully online. The same for 2021. Last year, we did the KHNOG 3 event on December 4. It was also an online virtual event hosted by the Zoom webinar. It was a 4-hour event, and totally there were 246 people registered for the event. Among these 246 people, 89.43% are male and 10.57% are female. And finally, 168 people actually show up in the event. They are from 11 countries or regions based on the statistic that we collected in Zoom. So the attendance rate is approximately 68.29%, and we can see up to 85% of participants are from Cambodia. We also recorded 102 concurrent attendees in this event. This number excludes any speakers, panelists, or any of our KHNOG committee members. For the upcoming events in 2022, we are going to host a network and information security training together with APRICOT in this month on 22nd to 24th. It will be a 3-day training and 3.5 hours per day from 8:30 a.m. to 12 o'clock local time. Initially, we plan to host it as a hybrid event, which means we will have a venue for all the people together there, study, do the lab, and they can do some social over there. Unfortunately, due to the Omicron cases rising in Cambodia recently, we have no choice but to change it to be virtual again. And since this event is virtual, I believe any of you from overseas, if you are interested in participating in this event, you also can register for it. Besides the training event, we also plan to do a micro event in mid of 2022, and this event is expected to be fully virtual. By the end of the year, we plan to do another annual event, which we prefer to be physical, but again, it is subjected to the COVID-19 situation. If the situation allows, then we will try to make it physical. That's all for my update from KHNOG. If any of you would like to contact us, no matter for volunteering, sponsors, cooperations, questions, or simply say hello to us, please feel free to write email to khnog.org@gmail.com. Your email will be forwarded automatically to all the committee members. And you may visit our website or our Facebook page to have the latest update of our activities. Thank you very much, and I wish you have a nice day.
Thank you, Makito. Next would be Korea, KRNOG. Mike. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, all good. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy
Mike,
to introduce.
sorry.
Yeah.
Can you share your slide in presentation mode? Slideshow.
Is it okay?
Not yet. We can see the slides and the rest as well. That one, yes, correct. Maybe you're sharing the other screen.
If you swap displays, Mike, then it will work. Click the swap displays at the top left.
Yeah.
There you go.
How about this?
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to introduce a catalog through the APRICOT 2022. This is Mike. Currently, I'm work for SK Broadband. I'm chair of catalog. Catalog will be a good influence on the ICT industry in South Korea and global as well. Here is the catalog information. Anyone can be joined to our catalog conference. The work from Korea will be easy to join, and global engineer can possibly attend. With a simple participant qualification for technical and half technical, based in South Korea. And we will cover the following item. First, to exchange the importance of appearing and the internet governance rules out by each and every members of NOG, including the best practice and new trend. It means that we will cover the internet technical and related matters. Second is to enhance the overall quality of internet infrastructure, like it's the internet performance and network security and stability as well. And last thing is that to help to do troubleshooting and solve the problem together when they need to discuss matter related to the operational issue. I mean that it is possible to share the troubles experienced by a certain operator or a carrier in advance. Our group activity and cooperation by volunteer support from each company operated by support team. And we will cover anything related to a technical and operational issue. And last thing is that the important thing is that we do not allow the sales talk and marketing as well. We will allow the sales person if they are in a neutral position. Here is the our group conference is not a commercial event. Then we will aim to low cost based on the grassroots operation. And there are two types of event, and one is the minimal event, and second is the annual event. Two kind of event, we will preparing the 2 or 3 times meeting per year. Our event is pre-participation. A primary language is the English or Korean with translator. It's depend on the situation. How many foreigners come to join with CareLog. As you know, the CareLog was discussed in 2020 and officially declared through the Asia Pairing Forum 2021. Unfortunately, there are no official event yet due to the pandemic situation, like as the spreading of the Omicron. It's very difficult to moving forward the beginning of a staging. Currently, number of confirmed COVID virus case in South Korea from 130,000 to 170,000 number. And we didn't any specific plan, but we are planning to the Pairing virtual social Equinix around the April. Here is the volunteer member. I'm chair of the CareLog, and we have just only one steering committee. There are 4 members. Steering committee will schedule and organize the program. Anyone can apply for step. We are still open. If you are interested, please come to join with us. This picture is captured by today for this conference. And we need more volunteer and patrons. Actually, as you know, we are under the pandemic situation. It's very difficult to moving forward, but we hopefully improvement of the COVID-19 situation, which we believe this will be resolved by the end of 2020. And I hopefully catch up sooner, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. It's great to see you had the steps to make this happen. Thank you very much. So next up is
Thank you, Mark.
Sri Lanka, LKNOG. Kaushana, are you there?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yeah. Is it okay?
Yeah, can you share slides?
Yeah. So hope you see my screen.
Not yet. Should I share on behalf of you?
That's fine.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
And make it full screen mode, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe by clicking the from beginning button.
Yeah.
Left top. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Yeah. This is from Sri Lanka. We are LKNOG. So this is actually our we started around 2017 the first LKNOG session. From that onwards we had done fifth one in 2021. It's actually along with Zanog. We had tremendous support from APRICOT for that. So this is due to the pandemic, we were compelled to do virtual. Even LKNOG 4 we had to do virtual. So this is our second session on virtual, and it's free of charge for everybody. And this is along with Zanog 37, as I told you, and it's in July 15th we have done the LKNOG. We got support from AWS, APNIC, Learn, that is local Lanka Education and Research Network group, and APRICOT. So the topics which we discussed, so that is we had a keynote speech from Director General of TRC, Telecom Regulatory Commission, and we had insight from our university network, that is from NREN activities. Then we had BGP best practices. Then we have a Sri Lanka Telecom Internet Exchange. So that is actually we had an insight on that the presentation, and there we had an idea how the traffic performance with the COVID. So and we had encrypted DNS technical session and 5G and IoT industrial updates. So that's what we have done in one day, virtualized form. And these are we have around 100 attendees, and these are the some of them. Tilina, Champika, Subha, Pubudu from APNIC, and myself and Jivanti. So So they are. So these are the people who have supported, and we have done the team of LKNOG. And we plan. We are very happy on having that amidst all these difficulties on pandemic. We were successfully completed LKNOG 5, and we plan to do this LKNOG 6 by July or August, and hope to do sometimes, if time permits, do a hybrid event. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Next would be from Mongolia. Dungeon, are you there? Yeah, can see you. Thank you. Yeah, floor is yours.
Hello.
Yeah, we can
can you see my screen?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Dam Jung-hoo. I'm from Mongolia, and I work as PC chair of NOG 3. And NOG is Mongolian Network Operators Group, and we are engineers from Mongolian IT industry like ISPs, telcos, and banks, etc. And we are one of the youngest NOGs of Asia Pacific region, and NOG 1, the very first NOG was held in 2019 in physical in Ulaanbaatar, the capital city of Mongolia. And the second NOG was held in 2020 by virtual because of pandemic situation. And NOG 3 and the last NOG was held the last year, 2021, by hybrid, which means we had virtual and physical events. Okay, and NOG 3 was held in October 2021, and it had 2 parts: workshop and virtual conference. And the workshop had we organized the workshop in form of hybrid form. So there were international instructors by remote and local instructors on-site. It was held for 4 days, and there were 2 simultaneous workshops and software-defined networking and virtualization and cloud computing. And also the virtual conference was held virtual. It was a half-day event. Okay. It was very challenging to organize a workshop in a hybrid form because we need to international instructors and local instructors in separate places. So you can see we have the first workshop is software-defined networking from APRICOT. There were 3 international instructors, and you can see that group photo of the all participants and local instructors in Mongolia, and 3 international instructors from Australia. And the second workshop was virtualization and cloud computing. It was also very challenging because we need to prepare 20 computers for the lab environment. So all local instructors need to prepare and configure the computers before starting the workshops. And so there was, it was not that easy, and there was some problems and some issues, but we handled it and we completed it successfully. You can see that a lot of international and local instructors and international instructors were from all over the world: Australia, United States, United Kingdom, Bangladesh, and you can also see and read very interesting blog posts about this workshop and in NSRC site. By the way, we got this training from NSRC, and you can here is the group photo of the workshop. Okay, here is some photos of the workshop, and we had 2 rooms and 2 separate workshops. This is photo of closing ceremony of the workshops, and both workshops were completed very successfully. We also held half the conference by virtual. We got 100 participants over Zoom, and we also did YouTube and Facebook live streaming. And our conference was our conference had 4 parts and keynote speakers, and it was one from international Dr. Felipe Smith, and one from locals, and it was one of the it was about the education of network information security from local university. So there were 2 technical sessions, and technical session papers mostly focused on the network automation and software-defined network. Okay, we also the last part of the conference was panel discussion, and we discussed about the IPv6 implementation issues in Mongolia, and the panelists were also IT industry, all sectors of IT industry, banks, telcos, ISPs, and governments. We tried some of studio features for the panel discussion and virtual conference, and it was cool. And there were some of the participants had COVID restriction, so he joined us from his home, and like in this picture. So we are planning to organize the 4th MNOG event in this autumn, Q3 of this year. So please join us in our website, Facebook page, and YouTube channel. Also, you can email us, and we are very active on our Facebook page. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's like a professional setup, right? Like a TV show. Who is doing that design at an MNO?
It was some studio, and yes, and it was some studios and template.
Wow, that's good. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Before going to the next NOG, in 5 minutes, we will have a APRICOT quiz. So I propose to suspend this moment, and then we'll continue at the NOG Organisers BoF. So for the moment, do you have any questions for the previous NOGs reports or comments or appreciations?
Hi, Marge. I really want to appreciate MNOG for their initiative for the hybrid event. So it is actually a great achievement, because it is always challenging to arrange this type of hybrid agreement. I think it's a very good innovation too, in this situation. So I think that will be helpful for other NOGs, I think. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you very much for your comment, Usman. And yeah, thanks for MNOG for sharing that. Any other comment? If not, over to you, Philip.
All right, thank you very much, Maz. Yes, so as you said, we're pausing the NOG updates for the time being, just so we can keep to our general schedule, but we will carry on afterwards. So the poll has just popped up on the screen in front of you. So again, if you would like to answer that, please. And so we'll just bring this session to a general end. I'll pause the recording. All right, so thank you very much. We've got about 5 minutes before the quiz actually starts. Our quiz host, Gerardo, is here with us. So what I suggest we do now, I think what we'll do is we'll have a 4-minute pause right now. And then once Gerardo is finished with the quiz, we will launch straight back into the NOG report. So we'll do our break now just to let you get some fresh air. We've got quite a few more NOGs to go, and then we can get into the Organisers BoF right after that. So let's take a break, and we'll be back with Gerardo and the quiz in 4 minutes' time. right, so I'm just trying to keep to the schedule here. So let me get the recording going. So we've had lots of requests about who is this Gerardo who's doing all our quizzes. So on the screen in front of you, you have Gerardo. So Gerardo, please run the quiz. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. It's so sad that you have to see this face here today. I didn't do my makeup or my wig, but let's have some fun. Yeah, starting in 3, 2, 1. So welcome everybody to our third and final APRICOT 2022 Kahoot quiz. My name is Gerardo Vier, as you just saw, and I am your quiz master. So we are broadcasting today from a lost IP packet trapped in a loop in my home network. I should really check out that router. What is it doing? So let me explain to you how to play this game once again. You should open your browser or a phone and go to www.kahoot.it. Or you can also use the Kahoot app if you download it really quickly. You're going to be asked for a PIN number. That's the one you're seeing on the screen, 360682. So after the PIN number, you'll be asked for a nickname, which is the one we'll use to identify you in the game. If you put in your registration number, we'll be able to find you if you win. If not, at the end of the quiz, don't forget to take a screenshot, because then we'll be able to see and prove that you are the winner. Anyways, let's see. What else do I have to explain to you? Yes, I'll be laughing a lot, of course, and I hope you laugh too. In any case, you will be presented with 12 questions about general internet knowledge. And then you will have 4 answers, of which one of them will be the right one. And the person who checks the right answer the fastest gets the most. Who was that? Yes, gets the most. Who was that? Gets the most points. And at the end of the 12 questions, the person with the most points is going to win. Win. Ow, win. And I see we have around 31 people, and I'd like to say to you, good luck. Let's start. This quiz will start in a couple of seconds as it loads. It's the last quiz. This is the last chance you have to prove yourselves to everybody. So question number 1, what is the weekly CIDR report? So the weekly CIDR report says how many things appear there in the site or something. What is it? Is it a stats on apple juice? Is it the status of the global routing table? Is the global orchard statistics, or is it the listing of the world's biggest providers? And the right answer is, boom, the status of the global routing table. Who's not subscribed to the weekly CIDR report? Come on. And the scoreboard says KL5B, and at the top, Cams blank NV1HP. Whoa, this is like hexadecimal. And Namen. On to our next question. So, what was Jack Haverty's Systems Engineering Group's motto? Again, what was Jack Haverty's Systems Engineering Group's motto? Is it "We make it work"? Is it "The internet works"? Is it "Internet by design"? Or is it "It just works"? Ouch! So one of these 4, internet works, internet by design, we make it work, or it just works. Ow! The right answer was we make it work. That was it. And the leaderboard says that Boy is at the front. Bluey, Ben, NV1HP, and Namen. On to question number 3. What is a route object? Or how do you pronounce it? Route. It lists the ASN originating a route. This routes from a network, list of objects making up a route, or a route in the BGP table. So you see, I interspersed there with everything. So does it list the ASN originating a route? Does it list the routes on a network, list of objects making up a route, or a route on the BGP table? And it is an object that lists the ASN originating a route. You create this in the database to demonstrate that this prefix is going to be announced by this ASN. Magic. Boy still at the front. Bluey, Namen, Tan, Xiaoyi, and Ben. Question number 4. Yes, kitty cat. What was the purpose of the invention of EGP and autonomous systems, according to Jack Haverty? Was it to compete with the IGP? Was it to complement the IGP? Was it to send routing information between different networks? Or was it to allow different pieces of the internet to coexist? Who even thought about that? So the purpose of the invention of EGP and autonomous systems was, of course, to allow different pieces of the internet to coexist, like duh. And the leaderboard says, boy at the front, not me, Biambahargal, Bluey, and Namen. And I apologize for any names mispronounced. Question number 5. How many economies has APRICOT been held in? 14, 15, 16, 7. So one of these 4 is the right answer. I say 14, 15, 16, or 7. And I stand here alone. 16, 15, 14, 7. If you don't know, just press any random button. You will find out right now. The right answer is, of course, 14 economies. That's the amount of economies where APRICOT has been held in. Check your stats. Namen taking up the lead. Boy, not me, Biambajargal, and Bluey. On to question number 6. How many conference social sponsors did APRICOT 2022 have? 1, 2, 3, or 22? So how many conference social sponsors did APRICOT 2022 have? Are you crazy? Of course not. I would say 22, but I think the truth lies in 3. 3 are the amount of conference social sponsors that APRICOT 2022 had today. Let's see how many of you guessed it right. Namen, Boy, Bluey, not me, and Jinku. Well done. Question number 7. Which of the following is not an IGP? OSPF, BGP, EIGRP, or ISIS? So I sound like a computer almost here. A computer, not a donkey. So OSPF, BGP, EIGRP, or ISIS. And the right one is BGP. That is not an internal gateway protocol. Hello, we just talked about it in the previous question. It is used for interconnecting ASs, the external protocol. So not me at the lead, Namen, Breto, Boy, and Ben. Ow, okay, I'll go on. Question number 8. What is the default eBGP behavior according to RFC 82.1.2? Send everything except nothing, send nothing except nothing, send everything except everything, or send nothing except everything. So what is the default behavior? This one is quite easy, right? And the right answer is send nothing except nothing. So that's what the RFC says it should do. Just say no. And the leaderboard says, not me at the front, Brett O, Makito, NN, and Namen. This changes faster than my preferences. On to question number 9. What does URPF stand for? So if I say URPF, what do you understand? Is it user router packet filters? Is it user requested packet forwarding? Is it until recently packet forwarded, or unicast reverse path forwarding? Yes, let's gallop on to the right answer. User requested packet forwarding, user router packet filters, and it is unicast reverse path forwarding. We all know that, except the 3 that choose a different color. Not me, Breto, Makito, NN, and Ben. On to the next question. Number 10, by the way, you have only 3 more questions. How many times has APRICOT been held in Bangladesh? 1, 2, 3, or not even once? Ouch. So 3, 2, 1, 0. How many times has APRICOT been held in Bangladesh? If you don't know the answer, remember.
Oh, here comes trouble.
Yes, and the right answer is not even once. Aren't you guys waiting to do one in Bangladesh? Come on, guys. On to the leaderboard. Not me, Breto, Makito, Bluey, and Biambajargal. 2 more questions, and that's it. How many bits in an AS number? So if you get an AS number, from APNIC, how many bits will it have? 32, 16, 24, 48. Let's do this roulette again. 16, 24, 32, 48. What will it be? Ouch. So the right answer is, of course, 32 bits. There are 32 bits and an AS number. Used to be 16 bits, and then they extended to 32 bits, and now it's only 32 bits. Scoreboard says Makito taking the lead, not me, and then Ben and Bretto. And this is where everything now changes. How many tutorials were held during APRICOT 2022? 10, 11, 12, 13, 13, 12, 11, 10. It's easier going forwards than backwards. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 13, 12, 11, 10. How many tutorials were held? And the right answer is 11. There were 11 tutorials held during APRICOT 2022. Now, for the big thing we all want to see, the leaderboard. And playing at number 3, we have NN. And then number 2, we have not me. And then number 1, we have Makito. Well done. Makito, you are the winner. Remember to take a screenshot so that you can show that you are the winner. And we hope that you've all had fun in this last quiz at APRICOT 2022. Thank you, everybody, for playing, and congratulations to the winner. Remember to take that screenshot. We hope you all had fun and continue enjoying APRICOT 2022. I wish you all good fortune and even more learning experiences. Goodbye, and until the next time, ta-ta.
That's great. Thank you very much, Gerardo, and congratulations, Makito. If you drop a note to the secretariat at apricot.net, and we'll organize your prize. Thank you very much. All right, so I think we can now resume with our NOG updates. And once the NOG updates are done, we can then carry on with the NOG BoF. We had our break earlier, so just before the quiz started. So let me get the system ready. And we now hand back to Maz and Etchi for the NOG updates. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Philip. So we don't have a break this time. So let's resume the NOG report session. So next up is Malaysia. CJ, are you there?
Hello, I'm here.
Yes.
Hi, thank you. Hi, good to see everyone. Yes, let me do it. Okay, what's up, everyone? I think we would like to say sorry. We have went missing for 2 years because of the pandemic, and maybe we are getting lazy, you know. All right, a quick update on MyNOG. So we were founded in 2012. So we still run by a bunch of volunteers who are passionate to run the conference and also to build a community. And our conference is usually run in July or every year. So we work very closely with SGNOG because previously we are very caring person. You know, we don't want the speakers who fly to this part of Asia a few times a year. So usually we will call inside with SGNOG, so the speaker can hop to Singapore and then come to Malaysia to do their talks. And usually the events we run is a full day's events. And we really want to thanks to APNIC who helped us to run the first event in 2012. And this year we are 10 years old, but it's unfortunately that we cannot do a big event for now. So we were thinking to do something in the bigger scale back in 2020, but that didn't happen. So quick introductions to our committee members. So we have founding members over here, which is Kana, myself, Mark, Molly from APNIC, Jonathan and Sashis. And these are the people that who runs the NOGs behind it. And we also have the program committee members. So these are the people from the industry that help to run the CFP. So every people to come into the system, then we'll evaluate carefully. I think we are similar to some of the NOGs that we don't really welcome sales content, but sales on technology is always welcome. All right. And then, yeah, just mentioned that we went for the hibernation in 2020 and 2021, mainly because of the COVID. I think it was badly hit to everyone. In 2020, I think everyone still very optimistic, you know, like by the year end of December, that the event, everything goes to normal, right? And then, so things that didn't happen that we wished, and over the 2 years, we still continue to, we still continue to communicate with the community. So we do a lot of social update, where we also do a lot of industry update. So we are quite active on the Facebook. So mainly posting on the industry event, sharing what's happening in these regions. And also we have maintained a mailing list that allow people to discuss on any topics. So that was our lazy year in 2020 and 2021. So I don't think that we can be continue like that. So we are going to do an event in 2022. So early of this year, you know, we were hoping that to do the face-to-face event. Very unfortunate that there's new variant Omicron came into place, and until today, Malaysia is still on the very high of the COVID case. It topped around 30,000 last week and 20,000 this week. So in terms to run the event, face-to-face event, there are a lot of SOP we have to adhere, and a lot of uncertainties that, for example, like whether or not we can fly in the speakers from overseas. You know, we would like to see the friends all around the world to come to Malaysia. You know? And also there's a limit on attendees in the event. So there's a guideline has been drafted if we want to run the event. So if we are going into the events and there will be a limited of attendees, then that translates into the higher cost. And people has been begging us, you know, saying that, hey, when are we going to have an event? So maybe this year, maybe next year, we wouldn't know. But definitely we will be doing a virtual event this year. So it will be in the same month, which is in July 2022. Until today, we still cannot confirm that whether it will be a face-to-face event or it will only be a virtual event. We would like to observe what is happening around the regions, and also that right now we are opening up the travel, which is VTL travels. I believe a lot of people heard of this term nowadays. And this month we will start to call for the CFP, but we will continue to work on the paper first. So in the later date, or 3-4 months before the events, we will have a very firm that whether it will be the virtual event or whether it will be a face-to-face event. All right. And this is the numbers of what we had in 2019. So 2019 was quite a busy year for us. We run the MyNOG 9 and a MyNOG 8, and also the Pairing Asia events in these regions. And usually our participants will be around 300 to 350 people. And these are the people from the industry. And in the event, usually we are similar to other NOGs. We focus on telecommunication, cybersecurity, routing, BGPs, and all that kind of topics. And also the latest technologies. And I think the more important thing is getting the industry, getting people to stay inside the room and have a chat and have a beers and things like that. I think that is more important. So hopefully I will see you guys face to face, and I really want to have a catch up with everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay. Next will be from Pacific NOG, Philip Smith.
Okay, so after supervising everybody and saying how not to do things and how to do things, I'm going to get this badly wrong, I am sure. So let's see how we go. Okay, right. So Fred Christopher, who is the organizer of PACNOG, can't be with us due to bereavement. So he asked that I give a presentation on his behalf. I've shamelessly borrowed from last year's update here at APRICOT and modified it to suit. But this is sort of a stylized map of the Pacific. So this is what the area that PACNOG covers. So just again from the website, of course, as we all know, with the pandemic situation, PACNOG has been held as a virtual event. We've had 2 virtual events this last year in July 2021 and December 2021. Before COVID-19, there had been 25 PACNOGs, doing 2 PACNOGs a year, generally 1-day conference with a tutorial and then 4 days of hands-on training. So all done in person, 7 hours a day for 5 days. And the venues rotated over the 13 Pacific Island states. And, you know, the topics are listed there. I mean, it's very much infrastructure building, infrastructure development, training on a lot of really the basic things that we need to operate the internet itself. Averaging about 40 to 50 engineers or techies coming to each PACNOG. And, you know, given the size of the Pacific and the logistics of actually getting to different places, it's a big ask getting so many participants to actually come to a PACNOG. So just looking at the 2 from last year, both were online events operating in Fiji time zone. We've tried to maintain the PACNOGs. We had a discussion about going into hibernation, but we thought for consistency, it's important to keep PACNOG running. So we had the 2 running in Fiji time, hosted from Fiji pretty much. Both are online events. We're hoping this year that normality is going to resume. Fiji's open to the world, so we can certainly all travel there. Some of the other Pacific Island states are less open, so we're actually quite hopeful, given Omicron is subsiding across the region, that we'll be able to hold an in-person event by July time this year. We hope. Looking at the last year ones, I've just grabbed this from the website just to give you some idea. We have the plenary conference, and then the July one, we had 2 tutorials, two-day tutorials with a little bit of hands-on, one on internet routing fundamentals and the other one on DNS and DNS security. Whereas the December PACNOG, we had a morning conference, a Wireshark tutorial, DNSSEC tutorial, you know, the well-known names, Dean Pemberton, Champika Wijayatunga. And then we had more in-depth training, securing internet routing with RPKI. We had a manners tutorial, and then we had the scalable network monitoring and management tutorial as well. And all of these were actually really well attended. It's, you know, as others have noted, being a virtual event, more people can turn up because they don't have logistics of trying to figure out how to travel somewhere, especially across the Pacific. So we were actually very heartened by the participation and involvement from the region. Fred noted this last year when we talked about it. We've got the various pros and cons of these events. I won't really cover them again. We can talk more during the operators BoF if need to. But to be honest, we're all looking forward to getting back to in-person events, traveling again, the return of the tourists, networking in the island environments, and the uniqueness of the different islands. So here are the 3, Polynesia, Micronesia, and Melanesia, that make up the whole Pacific. And that is the PACNOG report. Main contact is Fred Christopher, who's the manager at Peter and the lead for the PACNOG coordination team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philip. Next up is Philippines. So as we know, Achi, are you ready?
Yes, Mas, I'm ready. Hold on. Hold on, Mas, something's wrong.
Too many slides, Archie.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, I don't know why. Wait. Do you see it?
Nope, not yet.
Hey.
Should I share on behalf?
Yeah, sorry. I tried this already, but yeah, my bad.
Let me try.
Yeah, okay, let me try again. Oh, here it goes. One more time.
Yep.
Do you see it now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. So hi, I'm Achi Agenta. This is for PHNode. I'm just gonna remove this one. Okay. Yep. So this is the core group. Historically, it originated from two guys. That will be the one on the lower left, Bani, and then me. And eventually evolved into 5 and then +1. Now we have a more or less diverse configuration, 3:3. We have 3 male and 3 females, and very much cuts across the organization, different functions, different disciplines. Our conferences are held twice a year, basically. And then since Philippines is an archipelago, so we have many islands, we initially actually thought of having 3 conferences. But logistics-wise, it may be too much. So we ended up having 2. We called it a major one, and then the other is a regional. Major normally is in Manila as the central business district, and regional goes around Cebu or Davao, which are the 2 biggest cities after Manila. And then normally, since the major one is held in Manila, it's a full conference. That's how we call it. It's 5 days. So we try to put in a conference day, a meeting day, a bidding forum, and a workshop. Then the regional one is a compressed version. It's either a conference or just a forum, and then we go ahead with a workshop. But with the current situation, we try to play around with the dates. Sometimes it's just like a day or even half a day, because online sessions might be too much if you stay there for 8 hours. And then in terms of timing, the major one goes after APRICOT, like a week after APRICOT, and then the regional is July. Working group is composed of the ones earlier, professionals, and more importantly, students. We try to invite them. This is more of our thinking, sort of a business continuity kind of thing. So we train the next generation, basically. And similar to Janog, this is basically free everything, free registration, you get free food, and then you get some prizes as well as a come-on. For 2021 conferences, so we actually had 2. But for the one after APRICOT, we skipped that. Instead, we actually were the local host for APRICOT online event. Sad, but looking forward to a physical one. And then we pushed through with the regional, but it's an online event as well. We called it the Virtual PHNOG 2.0, and it became like a full conference or workshop with conference workshop covering PKI and matters. But we actually didn't stop with just 2 engagements for last year, which is quite surprising for a pandemic and work from home. But if you think about it, it made it simpler to organize more events, and we actually asked this from the local community as well if they're actually up to it. We are more or less in partnership, close partnership with Internet Society with this engagement. So we pushed through with the Manners initiative locally, and we had 2 separate bidding forums as well. The first one was more of different ISPs. And then the latter one that we did towards the end of the year was focused on women in tech. So basically, this peering forum showcases all the female that embodies the peering community, especially in the Philippines. And it didn't stop there, because as part of the engagement with Internet Society, we would like to replicate that kind of setup with the APAC economies as well. So we might be having another set of peering forum women in tech series with other ISOC economies. And part of the new initiative as well that we did last year, we converted our socials. Instead of like going to the bar and having some fun or drinks, we did an outreach program. So we were very much open and communicated this one with the sponsors. So we provided like financial support. We provided face masks, especially something you need during the pandemic. And also we supported other organizations like schools and other businesses to provide like connectivity setup, including Wi-Fi modems. And when we were hit by the typhoon, we had actually other initiatives as well, and we didn't push through with that. So the committee thought of not pursuing other engagement, and then we reallocated the funds to provide additional outreach to the people or communities who are affected by the typhoon. And we also coordinated with other entities as well, so including schools and other orgs. That's why we were able to push through for this. It's still an ongoing initiative as of now, and I think we're getting a very good positive wave for that one. The next in the plan actually is our academe program. Is what we actually found out is that like the students in school, they're aware of internet, how it works, how network works, etc. But they have no idea what's really happening. So if you ask them what's an AS number, they have no idea. So how do you do peering? They have no idea. So that's something we want to give more or less an overview, maybe initially a session or some seminar or something like that. But eventually, if we can integrate it in the regular curriculum, that will be good. And one of the things we're also trying to work out for professionals here, they need like further studies, and that further studies actually require points if you attend workshops or seminars. So we're trying to get the workshops being done by PHNOG to be accredited as well. So this will be part of their continuing learning. And for 2022 this year, next week after APRICOT, we're going to have a local workshop week. It's basically designed for locals, and it's focused on RPKI, DNS and boot servers, Evening tools, etc. So we're working on that, and we basically have a program already. And if things go well, since yesterday, Philippines announced a more or less back to normal kind of setup. So if that actually echoes across mid-year and towards the end of the year, we might be having a physical or maybe at least a hybrid virtual PHNOG or just PHNOG 3.0 by July. Details are still to be available, and we're just crossing our fingers and hope we do this. And we're inviting everyone as well, if you can come to Manila. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Achi.
Okay, and back to my host role. I'm gonna introduce the next speaker again. Is Mr. Philip Smith for SANOG update. Thank you, Philip.
Yeah, I got delegated to do that again, so here I am. Again, I'm one of the co-chairs of the SANOG PC. So as I did with PACNOG, I shamelessly took the last year's slides and modified them for this one. So if they look very familiar, thank you, Rupesh, for preparing the slide deck. So this is SANOG, the South Asia Network Operators Group. There was only one SANOG since the last APRICOT, and that, as Kausalya talked about earlier was alongside LKNOG. 12th to 16th of July last year, virtual event. So we're kind of back in Sri Lanka, but not really. We'd much prefer to have been physically there, but of course, with the pandemic situation, we had to run a virtual event. So it ran over that whole week. So the general format for SANOG, at least before the pandemic struck, was 2 events per year, January and July. The January event is the month before APRICOT. It moves around the South Asia region. We've yet to visit the Maldives, and it's probably unlikely we're going to be able to get to Afghanistan anytime soon, given the current situation there. Program is usually 2 or 3 days of conference and tutorial and a 5-day hands-on workshop. But of course, with the virtual event, we have a much simplified format instead. So SANOG 37 looked something like this, virtual event co-located with LKNOG 5. We ran tutorials for 3 days, 12th to the 14th. Those 5 tutorials, network monitoring and management, manuals for network operators, V6 address planning, advanced NMM, and introduction to NetBox. Then we all joined LKNOG 5, which was great to be able to do. So really appreciative of the LKNOG community for hosting SANOG and inviting us to participate in their event on the 15th. And then the SANOG conference was on the 16th of July, including a keynote from Professor Roshan Ragal, who is the CEO of Learn. And then we had 3 plenaries on unwanted traffic, tools and automation, and just general internet operational updates. As for 2022, we haven't held an event in January, given APRICOT 2022 is a virtual event hosted by Bangladesh. The next SANOG is planned for what was planned for Bangladesh in any case, so it was kind of coincident. So we're planning for an in-person event, maybe, hopefully, possibly in July this year. Let's see how we go. We'll be having a look at that after APRICOT completes and see what's actually possible for July. Most of us would love to hold a physical event again, but if we can't do it, I put the sad face there and we'll hold a virtual event. Nothing wrong with virtual events, but as we've all been saying, much better to hold something in person where we can all meet and talk and discuss and interact properly. Otherwise, that is all. Thank you so much. And back to our host.
Thank you very much, Philip. So next we have Singapore.
Hey, hello everyone, I'm here. Yeah, so let me try to see if I can share my screen very quickly now.
Please. Yep, it's coming. Yes, we have.
Yeah, so everyone, I'm Shawi from the Singapore Network Operators Group, and greetings from sunny Singapore, but there's a thunderstorm going on right now. So, okay, anyway, the first slide pretty much tells what's going to happen for the 9th installment of SGNOG. So this is expected to be an in-person conference, unless of course it gets thwarted by COVID again, or it gets cancelled by the government. So we have scheduled it for the 16th of September 2022. And just a bit of a review of SGNOG 8 before I go any further. So SGNOG 8 was held on the 30th of July 2021. So as you probably will guess, we skipped 1 year in 2020 because of COVID-19. Rules were just changing too quickly, too many people infected, and it was just not possible for us to hold a physical conference at that point in time. So obviously there was no SGNOG 8 in 2020, and it was held in 2021 instead. So SGNOG 8 was a virtual conference, so it was on the 30th of July. We were cognizant that everyone has been going on Zoom pretty much a lot throughout the whole pandemic. So it was an event that was a little more than half a day, started at 9:15 and ended at 2:20 in the afternoon. So we were pleasantly surprised that we got 598 attendees, and the peak online attendance was 255 with an average online attendance of 219. So yeah, very pleasantly surprised, because if you were to compare it from the previous years, from SGNOG 7, it was really a very big jump from 367 to 598 persons. And of course, this year when we are going to do SGNOG 9, I don't think we are going to get this kind of number again, but I hope we still get about 300 odd. So yeah, given that there is the pandemic is still going on, people may not be so comfortable to meet, and of course there's a lot of social distancing restrictions going on. So let's see how it goes on in September. And a little bit more, this actually shows the timeline of the whole event. So on the y-axis, you can see the time where the conference started at 9:15 and ended at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And the y-axis shows the attendees. So we reached our peak or number of attendees at about 10 in the morning, and it slowly tapered down towards the end of the day. So the challenge of all this, holding all this via Zoom and online, is that we can't really tell, if it's always the same person that is on throughout the event, or it's also possible that people come in and on throughout the presentations and so on. But I guess it's a good thing because you can always hop in and hop out to attend the presentations you're interested in, or you get called away. You can always come back in later. So it's still a very pleasant surprise that we got, and we also were very lucky that we didn't see a sudden drop after a certain period, and people still managed to hang around throughout the presentation. Yep. So a little bit more on the program. Yeah, the screen took a while to reload on my side. So located overseas in Americas, in Europe. So we try to put those in Americas earlier in the day, because we don't want them to be staying up too late. And of course, followed by those in Europe. Yeah, so in general, we had a number of presentations. Here we had one on BGP monitoring on Wi-Fi 6, which turned out to be very popular among the audience. Then we had a break, and also some network security presentations, and followed by a break again, and many RPKI presentations, and another one on 400G coherent optics, and also by network security, and also a presentation on network security. So these were pretty much the types of presentations that took place in SG 08, and yeah, I'll move on to the next slide as well. So moving back on again, just to bring to mind again, SG 09 is going to happen on the 16th of September 2022 at the Raffles City Convention Center. This convention center is smack right in the middle of town, and if SG 09 is not enough to bring you into Singapore, there's also the F1 race, which takes at the F1 race. Yeah, so for SG 09, we have planned it for a convention center, but speakers may be remote. But and science activities, that means conventions and so on, and industry. So if they feel that we are not up to date with all the safe distancing measures, and also they feel that our proposal doesn't warrant it being held remote in person, this event might have to be moved to be something that's online. But given what we see right now, there's been a number of conferences that have been organized, and there's also many vaccinated travel lanes going on for Singapore. It is very likely that this conference will go on. So we are in touch with the event organizer. We are in touch with the venue management as well. So we hope to see everybody in person on the 6th of September in Raffles City. Yeah. So the last slide just basically talk us about who you can reach out to in terms of registration. We haven't put it out yet because we're still running through the details with the organizer. So sorry, not organizer, rather the event management company. But if you want to reach out to us, we're always available on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and of course the usual email address. Yeah, that's all that I have for my presentation.
Thanks, Xiaoyi.
Yeah, thank you.
Our next session will be from Thailand, NOG. Nan?
Yes, hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, this is Nan. So today I would like to update about NOG, this Thai Network Operator Group. So Thai now is stand for Thai Network Operator, is for Thai in Thailand, and we have found in 2017. So interestingly, the players that we found has been found during the workshop players that is a player that network operator can have the experience to share and have something in common to discuss. I think this is a good players that network operator, network engineer, and the people who run the network can connect and doing the same activity for this group and community. So that's been 4 years so far. And for our communication, interestingly, we use mainly for the right group. This is the instant message. I think this is more convenient for the member to make the communication on this channel rather than the open mailing list, which is rather be quiet than the instant message. So on our website, you can go to our website. It will be published on our update on the past event. So for the event, I would they have the two types of event. The first one is the meeting. The meeting is it is the mini event or micro event. I would say it's rather be the ad hoc event that can be happen randomly when we have the speaker or interesting event in Thailand. We can invite the speaker to have the separate meeting on the NOG group. You can see that before COVID-19 or before 2019, we have more meeting than the past year. This is the purpose of the meeting that we have for the NOG. And the second one is the Thai NOG Day. This is the annual event that we will be held once a year. So this is consists of conference and also the tutorial part. So for the breakdown, the Thai NOG fight, this is the largest one that we doing in online, because of in the past we can hold the event in physical. So so interestingly, the largest meeting is the event that we held with the last time that we bring together the Thai NOG committee coinciding with the APRICOT 2020 and have the event together. So the main purpose of this meeting, I think the local people can discuss and have the comment with the other NOG in Thai. So and they can join the event. So when we have the local question that we can speak out to the main event, they can discuss locally with our group. I think this is one interesting that we have. And for the latest NOG is Thai NOG 3 is held in 2021. This is the full online event after we have postponed from 2019 and 2020. So the lesson we have learned that we seen that we cannot postpone the event for more. So we have to go for online event because the situation is quite uncertainty. So it's what the best that we can do is to go for the online event, and it's worked well because the number of participants is quite rather high than the past event. I think because the participants from remote and from their home, they can join remotely. This is the benefit of using the online platform for the event also. And yeah, I have speak for this event. This is the last meeting and also the last event. Yeah, like I have said, we have both conversation and also the tutorial session with the great support from APRICOT. We have many tutorial from with the great support from APRICOT for the long time, from I think since the beginning. And the content of the conference is also both in Thai language and also in English, so they can I think it's benefit for local network engineer that they can get to the content in local language too. So for an upcoming event, what we plan for the Thai NOG Forum is in the middle of May on the 24th, which we plan for the hybrid event. So we think that meeting in person is more productive than we do in online. But if the situation is can not be better, we can go for online. And the event is open for the corporate. So we like the participation and contribution from everyone from the industry, especially the also network engineer in local or from overseas. Yep, you can catch up with our group on the mailing list website on YouTube as well. We also record or stream our event in the past in YouTube channel also. So I think it will be a benefit for the other member to catch up with the content that we have done in the past. So thank you and hope to see you in Thailand in this year.
Thank you, Nan, for your update of Thai NOG. So next talk will be Vietnam Buinix NOG. Hi, Nguyen. Are you there?
Yeah. So I share my screen.
Yep, it's coming.
Yeah.
Yes, perfect.
Hi, everyone. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Please go ahead.
Yes. My name is I'm from Vietnam National Internet Exchange, VNIX. Today I would like to VNIX NOG update. VNIX NOG conference is annual event organized by Vietnam Internet Network Information Center VNIX since 2016 and has become an important technical forum for Vietnam Internet community. And last year, following the government instruction on COVID-19 safety management, VNIX NOG took place online from 28 to 29 September 2021. We organized a workshop on the sideline of the VNIX NOG conference on 28 September. With the participants of more than 100 experts and engineers from enterprise, organization, government, and fintech. The topics that we have done in the workshop program is multi-home routing and connecting to VNIX. It's told about internet infrastructure in Vietnam. Multi-homing, VNIX connection, and APRICOT in Vietnam. And on the September 29, VNIX conference was held with more than 300 attendees from major ISP in Vietnam. Engineer from organization, enterprise, banking, bank, and fintech. In essence, there was the participant of experts from ISOC, JPNAP, APNIT, APIH, and Vision, along with the presentation around internet routing, routing security, SD1, and this the session some picture in the VNIX NOG in the 2021, and in this year we plan organize VNIX NOG 2022 in the August. The conference will be held on site at Phu Quoc, Iceland in Vietnam. We organize with content relate to new technical technology of internet exchange, routing security, DNS security, and 5G IoT. Welcome to VNIX NOG 2022, and invite you to present. Welcome to Phu Quoc, Iceland, and in Vietnam. Thank you. That's on my present.
Thank you very much. Oh, you are going to have a in-person meeting in the island.
Yeah.
Oh, sounds great. Thank you very much. Hi. So these are the NOG reports that we have been submitted to us. Just in case I'm asking, are there any other NOG organizers here who would like to share your update? No. Okay, then thank you all the NOGs for their presentations. I would also like to thank all the staff who did the promotion of speakers behind the sessions. I know for sure it was a tough session as we have many speakers and needed to switch around. Thank you very much. And thanks, Achi, for co-chairing this session. With that, let's conclude this session. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, we have a fourth session. So please turn on your camera so that we can capture the participant in a gallery view.
Can't have a session without actually taking a photograph. You know that by now.
Yeah.
She will be angry.
Yeah, we need to take 2 photos. One for backup. Okay, I'm just checking if everybody's turned on their screen. Let's give it some more time.
I'm able to start the video for me.
Okay. We have like 59, so this is going to be 2 screens. Okay, let's take the first one. Hold on. Get it. Okay, first screen. The problem is you don't know where you will be in what screen, so just smile. Okay, first shot would be 1, 2, 3, smile.
Yeah, keep smiling. I'm good at that.
Keep smiling. I'm just going to the second screen. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, we're done with that. But this is now the backup shot. Okay. You have to understand.
Yeah, I think you have to remind people not to blink as well.
Yeah, you should understand. Okay, one more. I'm doing my hand gestures now. Thumbs up. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, that's the first screen. One more. Okay, hold on. Keep smiling. And then me too. 1, 2, 3. Hold on, something popped up on my screen, so it blocked somebody's face. Okay, last one. 1, 2, 3, go. Got it. Okay, now photo session is done. I give back the floor to Mas.
Thank you very much. I see a comment on the chat. Can you permit to me start a video? Oh, okay. Let's see.
It was done. Yeah, Damsha's there on the screen, so it's all good.
Yes, it was done.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike also as well. I also cannot start the video.
Maybe you need to promote him as a co-host.
Everybody can start videos.
Oh, really? Okay. No. Yeah. How's that? Yes.
I can see videos.
Yeah. Now we can see your.
No, I'm same.
Okay, just in case we can capture it and then Photoshop.
Yeah, gotcha. No problem.
I can see your face, but is it a cartoon or something? I'll capture it anyway. So we'll just do some Photoshop tricks. Okay. Hold on. The screens are quickly moving, so. Okay, I think we're good. Yep, a few pass.
Yep, thank you very much. So now I would like to start the NOG BoF, but Philip, is it necessary to separate the recording, or can I? It's up to you.
Oh, let's separate the recording. I wasn't going to, but so let me stop this recording and then. And then we can start the recording again. It'll all go on the website in the same place, but anyway, it just makes it easier to handle. So
yeah. Then people can easily refer the specific section. So now it's a NOG Organisers BoF. So it's a casual and informal session. So you can speak up anytime, or you can share anything during the session. So just in case I have the slides to share some thought and then a situation around us. So we are now in the age of online and the hybrid event, right? So most activities are online in the virtual event. So it's the same as last year. Preparation is the key for us. It's pretty important. We need to prepare tools. Also, it's better to have a practice session before the meeting, because even we are professional and we have experience, but still it takes time to share your screen or some audio issues. It's pretty common. And also, we need to think about some backup plans, because people sometimes have the flooding in the Brisbane, or some people have the connectivity issue at the home. So still, we need to share some experience among us. Programming side, this time, the APRICOT is scheduled to get more participants from around the world. So it's a bit shrinked as like last year. And also Q&A handling the still challenging for us. Yeah, we can use the open chat and mute and unmute audios. And nowadays, I don't see much abuse, but some people had an experience of abuse of such a Q&A and chat rooms. Tools, Zoom seems like most popular tools in our region. So most people using Zoom for conference and meetings. Some people use the Facebook Live and the YouTube Live to stream their sessions. Also, we are using chat. For this APRICOT, we have 2 chat channels. One is a conference chat. It's a comment chat. Are you really using it? That's my question. No? It says no. And also, we are using Zoom chat. It's a integrated chat in the conference applications. Some people using Line and Slack. What's the best tool to get the people registered in the conference? Yeah, some people using the Zoom for that, because it's easy and it's integrated. Some people using the APRICOT account. And speakers, yeah, still we have some issues on their facilities, PC, microphones, camera, and some people cannot use the background images because of the limitation of the computer resources. And connectivities that might affect the noise and the sound and video qualities. Noises, yeah, cats around or constructions sometimes. Yeah, social event. Yes, we just had the APRICOT quiz session before or during the session. That was fun. Also, some nodes try to encourage people to participate by giving some goods and smartphones, TVs. That's interesting. Newcomers, how do you involve them? Still, it's challenging for us. For APRICOT, we had the newcomers session as like before, but unlike the in-person event, the newcomer didn't have a chance to speak up during the newcomer session. It's just a briefing and introducing the APRICOT. That's all. So it's unlike an in-person event still. Sponsors, yeah, luckily we have a sponsor for the event, right? Thanks for the sponsors. Without that, we cannot have the meetings. But if you are going to fully virtual, then probably you can ask APNIC or some other organization to provide a Zoom channel or Zoom session for your event. So that's my slide. So let's talk or discuss or compare our experiences. So Philip, how do you think about this event, APRICOT? Oh, by the way, we didn't have the APRICOT update during the NOG update session.
Did we need one? Well, I mean, I can give a bit of an update. I think, what was it we were saying, Molly? It's like 880 unique in participation, unique names so far since we started Monday last week for the tutorials. So, when you compare that with an in-person event, that's actually way better than we would normally see for in-person. In person, we usually top out at about 600 or so. And, we still have a day to go. APNIC still has its member meeting tomorrow, which a lot of people will just come only for that. So who knows, we may well hit, mid 900. So, let's see. Tutorials this year were slightly more, better attended than they were last year. But, the event is free. And, we've had quite a bit of discussion about whether we should charge people. And I think it was NANOG that was charging people to attend something online, which is kind of, well, I can understand sort of a little bit, but, APRICOT's goal is outreach, technology outreach, operation outreach, best practices, trying to spread knowledge. And I don't think putting an attendance barrier up like that for a virtual event makes sense. Now, an in-person event, we've got to pay for stuff, which is why we have a registration fee. So, we have to work that way for an in-person, but a virtual event, I want as many people to be able to come here as possible. So, yep. So that's kind of the update from the APRICOT point of view of like why we've done what we've done. Other can obviously say me, but if I just pop in from APRICOT's point of view about the tools, we do comment chat because people want to chat separately from the Zoom chat, because the Zoom chat that's sitting right there, where it says, for example, Robbie is written to everyone, that actually goes in the transcript that will be on the website to view later on and so forth. So everything that goes to everyone is visible. And you can do one-to-one chat on Zoom, and that's not, that's one-to-one, that just stays like that. But folks want to chat with some others, but probably separate. But what we've found in the last, few days, there are not many people using Comet Chat at all. And, you know, and as you've said, you know, some conferences have set up Slack, others do spatial chat and 101 different other ways of chatting, but they're not really a great number of people using them. So I don't know, is it worth doing? But, you know, if we didn't do it, then there'll be folks complaining about, well, why didn't you do a chat thing? You know, and so we try and provide as best as we can for folks. And
yeah,
you know, our
actually
experience.
For us, JNOG, we needed several years. People using Slack. Yeah, actually, we are using Slack as a chat channel, but at first, people didn't use that much because at that time we had a in-person meeting, so people chat on site without a chat tool. But later on, when the event is like a hybrid, then people starting to use a Twitter or as a SNS to express their opinion or comment. Then as we had the Slack as a channel, then people now using Slack at most to communicate and also making a comment. So took several years. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, and it's, you know, another thing we have, of course, is the meeting booking system. And, you know, if we look at it for APRICOT 2021, you know, we got a commercial one and we paid a lot of money for it. And so few people used it. And, you know, I think, well, I'm not going to say exactly what it cost per person, but it was enough that we decided that this wasn't actually a good use of funds. And so, you know, BKNIX very generously have let us use their one, which is absolutely sufficient for what people want. They just want to make an initial contact. We can't hand out people's email addresses. We don't do that and never will. But it lets people make contact with others who opt into the tool. And that one seems to be well used. But what we found last year with the commercial tool was it had all these facilities for video conferences, one-to-many, one-to-one, and nobody used it. They simply want to be able to exchange email addresses or mobile phone or WhatsApp or Signal or whatever. And then they're able to talk with each other that way. So it's just a means for people to make contact with others without coming to the Secretariat. We can't give out email addresses without permission or any contact information without permission. So having that tool so people can get in touch is the way, you know, we've chosen to do it.
I'd like to ask if Nan still there. I'd like to ask Nan about the line group of the Thai NOG.
Yes, Matt.
Is it also used the chat channel during the meeting, or it's just for day conversation?
Yes, actually, is it a common way that we get all together rather than the mailing list, and we use them for all, like the announcement and general chat. But actually, it's quite quiet for the moment. Yeah, but it's more common than the other tools.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Any other NOG that's using the chat tool as a communication or chat channel during the meeting or daily conversation?
Yeah, I'll add to that, Mas.
Yep.
For page NOG, we're really more on the personal face-to-face kind of type. So nobody talks during the chat. Nobody actually asks questions. What happens is, like, after a speaker, they will send a private message to a personal number or like, but not publicly. So that's how it happens. But for general communications, Viber is very popular in Philippines. So it's like we use Viber for local communications on top of SMS. And then for foreign partners, we use WhatsApp. And then we use other tools, of course, depending who are you talking to. There's other apps specific to specific OTTs. And then if you can contact them, almost everybody has Facebook, so that will be your last resort. If they don't respond and if you got their number, then it's time to call. Normally, the trick for us is try to get a local contact who knows the person you want to talk to, and that's how you get to them. Unfortunately, now since people became so busy, they're like online, multiple meetings, it's quite difficult to get through them to the channels using the internet. That's why if I have like some urgent messages or I need to contact someone, it's either you call them or you send them an SMS. They'll be surprised to receive an SMS, and then they will reply immediately because it's like, oh, somebody's still using this. So that's like normally the trick. And if you having a hard time like getting signal on your mobile phone, everybody's going to like 4G or 5G, probably switch to 2G or 3G and just send SMS, and then it's there. Well, normally that's how it happens here, but infrastructure-wise, everything is being upgraded, but how you communicate might be critical on what tools you are using. But basically, during the conference, it's either they use it or not, or they coordinate with you after the conference.
Thank you very much. Another topic, Mike, as South Korea, Karonik is pretty new, and probably you have some challenges, and we have expert and knowledgeable people here. So it's a great chance for you to ask if we have any question or help or support from us.
Yeah, if I attempt to question about something, I will raise the hands.
Okay, noted. Yeah, so is there any advice for Mike if you have? Like not too big or
in case of South Korea, is conference app condition is depending on the moderator. Yeah, some company buying the purchase the Zoom license or Microsoft Teams license. In case of South Korea, it's popular Zoom or Microsoft Teams is popular in South Korea campaign. Also, as I joined the submarine project, like it's called by SJC2 submarine project, we always using the Micro Teams conference tool. It's depending on the moderator. It's actually in the case is moderated by NEC as contractor. Then we always using those kind of application is depending on the moderator. This case is quite different.
Yeah, I think it's better to use popular and people using daily basis tool. It's better for people to participate because it's one of the barrier when participating in the NOG.
Yeah, for in our internal case, our mother company developed the virtual conference tool like it's called by Midos. Midos is only available for SK Telecom users. Then we always using the Midos with our C-level meeting or our boss. We always using the Midos application. we do not use any kind of application within the internally.
Thank you. I see the Philip raising the hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really answering your question, Maz, about advice for other NOGs and what they should do. And it's, I don't think there's any advice that really works because every country, every NOG really he has to fit in what the local culture is doing, how they want to try and do things. What works for the Philippines may not work for, Korea. What works in Australia may not work in New Zealand. What works in the Pacific may not work in Bangladesh, and so forth. So you really have got to try and work out what's best in your country, both with, the popular meeting tool like, whether Zoom or Microsoft Teams. We shouldn't go down the rat hole of discussing which one's best, because we'll spend all night doing that. But you need to find what works best for you, how to get the local community to interact, because that's what it's all about. The local community interacting as much as they can, and they should use the tools that are, most suitable for them. While, I may love Signal, for example, other people like Line, other people want to use WeChat, others are still, want to use WhatsApp, that's the way. Others are SMS, other people will ignore you unless you phone them. So you just, and that's really the best thing to do. Find out what fits, find out what the local community actually wants out of the operators group, and go that direction. There's no one model of what a NOG should even try and look like.
That was good one. Yes, actually, it's indeed, we need to find a tool or a format that fit our activities. I saw Touch was raising hand before. You want to say something?
Yes, Mas-san. I was thinking, while then I realized you haven't listed that in the tools, because I know there was one guy who was getting fed up with the paper submission systems and everything, and he was going to go lone army, try and build a NOG management system as an open source tool, and he was reaching out to see if other NOGs would be interested too. And I feel while conference tools and all others are good this thing's even happening, just to shape the programs. Currently, we have a flaky submission system, doesn't allow us to do much. It's very tedious, it's very manual. So I was thinking that while all these commercial tools are nice and great out there, and majority of them are free, would it also make sense if APNOG, APRICOT, and others take a lead in trying to talk to this individual NOGs? There might be some of those volunteers who'd be willing to work on building a NOG management system where they might also be able to incorporate those. Because like Mas-san and Dr. Philip just said, I don't think there is one fit solution. Every country has their own flavors. I didn't even know certain chat tools until I went to Indonesia. They were using it very popularly. So yeah, Mas-san, I thought I'll just share that quickly. There are some people who would like to work on that, but maybe if we all work together, maybe we might actually have a NOG management system that could help not just individual NOGs, but pretty much all NOGs in the region.
Yeah, like an IXP manager.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. So Rahul from IronNOG, this one young guy, he reached out 2 years ago and said, hey, Tashi, would you guys be interested? So I said, I'll talk to other NOGs who might have similar interest. And maybe if people come together, share your feature request, and everybody starts building something. Yeah, not an immediate solution, but I thought something for the long run.
Yeah, if we have some common interest, then it might be better to work together and collaborate and make a single and concrete system for us. But I'm not sure. Any other comment? And yeah, still sound interesting. Not sure how to deal with such noises and connectivity issues.
Yeah, how do you do that? It's just, even like, the last, how many days have we had here so far? 8 days, and it's still, but there's nothing that can be done about it. It's just the environment we're in, and not everybody can get into a quiet room. We've had tutorials with airplanes flying overhead, babies crying next door, neighbors fighting across the street, buildings being demolished across the street in my case. It's just, it's just one of these facts of life. It just adds to the rich tapestry. As long as the people who are presenting are aware of what's around them and just not try and carry on regardless. You know, in the diversity panel session this morning, I mean, poor Swaram, she was in the departure gate of an airport with probably 200 people around her, and it was pretty hard to deal with. And so as long as speakers are aware of it, they have a noisy environment. And you know, the worst is when they just try and ignore it and keep a brave face and I'll push through this. You know, we're all human. Just realize that you're going to have a difficult environment, and just policy presentation. It's not going to make you look bad. Deal with whatever the issues, or wait until the train has passed and then carry on. So at least, you know, from the speaker point of view like that. And, you know, getting back to the diversity panel session this morning, you know, 2 of the participants were blind. Everybody was on their mobile phone pretty much because they didn't have any internet access. One of them had no power. You know, it was really quite an extraordinary thing. And if you look back at it, that it all worked properly, it was really quite extraordinary. So, you know, I think people just generally being aware, making a few allowances, because we're trying to do this in person. You know, we're not trying to be the world's #1 television show. We just want to be able to have people sharing their knowledge, expertise, experience, and trying to do it in the most seamless way possible.
Yeah, thank you. I saw raising the hand with the WF.
I think it's Warren.
Ah, okay. So you can unmute and please go
Yeah,
ahead.
I was just going to reiterate what a lot of you have already talked about in regards to the different chat sessions that or tools that you've got available. We had issues in regards to the company policies not allowing it. So military don't allow Zoom. In certain countries, they don't allow Zoom. In certain countries, they don't allow Microsoft or Google Chat and things like that. So we need to come to some sort of knowledge base or shared knowledge base where we can have what is available in which countries and for what large organizations that are our different attendees of our NOGs, because it would make it easier if we could streamline this process. Now, we were even looking at the Big Blue Button project because the option of it being running smoothly. Now, the problem was the push of going from face-to-face to virtual was overnight, really. And so that's where the Zoom has become popular, because it made it easy for deployment. Rather than making it the best tool, it was the easiest tool. And from experience, when we look at the growth of the internet, the easiest way is not necessarily the best way of doing that. And so we should be looking at maybe creating a tool that is suited to NOGs rather than just saying, let's go do the easiest solution. There's enough people here that have the same problem, and there's enough bright sparks here that we could maybe come up with a really good tool that could be used, and it may not tick all the boxes, but it will make it fantastic for everyone. Maybe, I don't know. But we could start by creating a matrix of what tools are out there, then look at the features of those tools and seeing if we can combine that.
That's also important for APRICOT itself, because APRICOT provides some education and training over the internet. And if some people couldn't attend the session because of such a limitation, then it's better to provide or in a different channel as well. Nam, I see you're raising a hand.
Yes, I heard that Warren mentioned about the Big Blue Button. Actually, the meeting booking system is based on the conference that we use the Big Blue Button as the open source of the system. Also, user can actually use that as the meeting tool in the system. But what we have seen, I think we didn't have seen much meeting as it should be, I think. So for personally, I got the invitation that the participant send us the separate Zoom of Microsoft Teams in that message. That I think it showed that they always use some tool that in their favor. I think.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's good. Any other comment, discussion point or knowledge sharing? Oh, Achi, go ahead.
Oh yeah. From our end, it's it is also, it depends on what you use or what your company use, but it's there's a tricky part. So normally, like for the NOGs, to be honest, that the NOG concept, the peering concept, even like the peering function is technically not unacceptable or a normal function here. So it's actually an ad hoc thing. So using actually like company time to attend the NOG event or a conferences and representing the company, then using the resource as well has some kind of impact, especially when some companies, like as mentioned earlier, they don't allow Zoom, they use Microsoft, they use Google, etc., etc. So before it was really a challenge to get people connected and be part of what we're doing. But eventually, those individuals who believe in what we're doing here use their personal resources to adapt. So some of the people, since we use Zoom a lot, they use Zoom. But when we have like our smaller sessions, like group meetings, etc., we try to alternately use other means. Like sometimes we use Google Meet, sometimes Microsoft. We take turns, but eventually, when it's a conference like this, I personally asked them if we can use Zoom. For one main purpose is to have a good group photo. Sorry, that's it. And eventually, people get the hang of it, that this is important. So sometimes we talk to the bosses of the company and they give spare time. But at our level, I don't think we can influence them to use any specific app. And then the idea of having something generic specific to what we're doing may be a good next step. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Sorry, my daughter just came back home.
Oh, she can join us.
Remove your virtual background, my son.
Welcome, KD. And
so that we can say hi to Kaide-san. She was our youngest APRICOT. Wasn't she, Doc?
Yeah, that time.
Wait, there's actually by the way, since Mas mentioned that, like the one we're talking about, annoying dog bark, etc., etc. Eventually, it became a norm here as well. So people actually expect that because it becomes like a breathing room for a very serious meeting, especially. So I have like colleagues in the office who have like kids around, dogs, cats, and they normally like interrupt, and sometimes we wait for that to have some kind of icebreaker, and it became a norm. So it's kind of normal, probably, except if you're talking to a very serious person. Yeah, like this one. This is pretty okay.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa, Kaide-san.
Wow. Kampai.
So cute.
Too young, man.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
Sorry to interrupt.
Good job, Buzz.
Newcomers.
Very hard. very, very hard. And I think Maz, your commentary when you introduced all this, it's, well, what can you do? You know, the icebreaker really is an in-person icebreaker. How to do this as a virtual thing is, really don't know. I've seen, you know, many people try different ways, and it's just the only way to involve newcomers is to meet them in person. And it's very hard over this. So.
Yeah, at Januk, we have a specialized lightning talk session that is specialized for those newcomers only.
Yes, Tashi is raising his hand. Is that a way?
Yeah, I don't have a solution, but just an observation, Doc and Masan, based on what you just mentioned. While an in-person event is great, I've always flagged this in the past that not everyone can afford to fly if their company doesn't send them to sessions. And I kind of feel, at least with this online, it allows people, it kind of equalizes. And in the past, I think our APRICOT or APNIC conference communities, we have had this, I've heard people that, oh, I've chatted with the community. What do you mean community? People who came to the conference, hey, they may not necessarily represent the community, as in one person doesn't represent the whole economy or the whole ecosystem from which they come. So I feel with online, I totally understand, like Doc said, it's difficult to engage with them, but I also feel that at least with this online or hybrid setups, it has allowed those people who could barely travel, maybe they are one-man army in their organizations, if they travel, it breaks things. And I've always said that the important ones hardly can step out, maybe they are too important to leave. Whereas we do see frequent flyers at NOG's conferences. So I am a bit mixed in this, but how to engage, I think it's like Doc and Masan say, it's really difficult, but I feel at least with this online bits allows those people who can barely make to in-person conferences to at least be able to be involved. So yeah, I think finding a good way to engage them would be a nice.
Yeah, it is a difficult one, Tashi. I mean, it's, you know, when you have, you know, a half event, you know, some people are turning up, but others are sitting there on the other end of a camera. I mean, yes, they can be newcomers, but they don't feel part of the event. And that's the big issue. And I've seen many, many complaints about that. And it's, I just don't know how you fix it. And it's, you know, I've been to an event as a newcomer virtually like this. And, you know, they put out, you know, feel it welcome here and there and so on. But I don't feel part of the event at all. And I don't know what the answer is. It's the face-to-face, you know, Chehu commented in the chat, getting back to face-to-face. Unfortunately, as human beings, we want to be able to interact with people directly. Most of us do, at least. And so, you know, finding ways to get back to face-to-face events it's really, I think, you know, psychologists have looked at all this and so on, but, you know, I think it's important for human psyche to find ways getting back to face really as soon as we can.
Chehu, raising hand.
Yeah, I just want to mention one thing. You know, in ICANN community, when they tried to go back to physical, there were some people complaining very hardly regarding, like, you know, it's only for, you know, certain group of people, but not for others who cannot travel. And so that's why I can stop doing that. And they, of course, we try, but I think, you know, when we go back to travel, we all, I think we should also like consider that situation, you know, maybe only, you know, 20% of our usual attendants can attend the meeting. The other 80% may not be able to. So what's the solution for them? You know, how to allow them to participate? Maybe, of course, hybrid is a model, but hybrid is also not ideal, as Philip mentioned. It's very, very hard. I don't know. I don't really know the answer. But like, if we don't try, then we will never go back to face-to-face. So what would be the step to go back? I think some people need to accept, you know, there's no, you know, ideal way to go back and maybe allow us to go ahead to try something. instead of blocking us to go back to face-to-face. We need to go back to face-to-face one day.
Thank you very much. Yeah, definitely. We need to try at least. Tsugo, I see you're raising hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment what just Taishi and others say. Being able to join via Zoom is, in terms of availability, it's very easy to join. But for me, for example, it wasn't easy because I cannot contribute my whole time for the conference. I will have to talk to other people, and also I will have to do my job same time. So actually, it wasn't easy for me, and that is actually one of the important aspects we need to consider. And just overall, to comment on the newcomer and overall NOG event facilitation or organization, I think it's just my personal opinion. I think it's better to keep everything as simple as possible. That allows more participation from the community. They feel more easier to participate. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, minimizing the overhead is pretty important for us to continue the NOG activities. CJ, I see you raising a hand.
Yes, I agree on what Tatsuo said, keeping the things as simple as possible as we can. Yes, just now Jihu mentioned about, like how to go back to face-to-face. I mean, like, we are still planning right now. Before we plan for this, we really have a problem, for example, just now I mentioned that because of the SOP that we have right now, then there will be a limited of participants can go to events. So we come to the dilemma, like some people say, hey, how are you going to allow people not to go in, And another thing that like when we build these communities, right, most of us are friends, we are friends with each other. So you cannot say that, hey, sorry, you cannot come in and only certain people to come in. So we're actually in a dilemma right now as well. So we were actually thinking like, oh, maybe this year we should stick on the virtual event first. We would love to have a face-to-face event. So yeah, the other thing that we brainstormed that we might do the smaller face-to-face event, like maybe like some sort of networking events. Like we'll try out the small event at 50 packs and invited people to come in, so have a discussion and things like that. Because I think that it's pretty difficult for us to go into the full capacity like we have previously, because that we also have the considerations on sponsor, like the tickets that they have, free tickets that they have also occupied some space. Then when come to the public peoples who come into the event, it will be very limited. So I'm not sure that others people have the same problem that we have right now, but I think that for now, like for example, like we have about average 380 people that come into the event. Now we need to reduce to maximum only like 80 people into the event hall, because that if we go with a larger space, then there will be the cost is our concern, So just putting this out and want to know that how people manage it and how people can like not to make your friends not happy at the same time that you can run the event as well.
Yeah, that's a difficult question. Of course, we sometimes cannot refuse such an participation, but one thing I can do is you can limit the people by specializing the topic, like an RPKI specialized session, or maybe we set 400 for the on-site participation for this journal in January. That's in the first come, first served basis. So that applied for our meeting. I see Philip raising a hand.
Yeah, I think I'm just repeating what others are saying, but just from APRICOT context, APRICOT next year, I really, really, really do hope will be an in-person event, but it's not going to be like APRICOT 2020 was, where we had 700 people turn up in the room. And that might be a relief for ACHI and PHNOG, but we have to be realistic. I expect we'll get the local community to turn up, but how many of the international community? Warren has mentioned travel budgets being a problem. A lot of companies are severely stuck with travel budgets. So at 2023, if it's an in-person event, it's still going to be sitting in Zoom. I still expect the vast majority of participants will be online. And who turns up in the actual venue that we have? And, it's a problem for Molly and me, because we've got to now figure out how big will the venue need to be. Do we need the biggest hotel in Manila, or can we hold it in ACHI's apartment? We don't really know. So, we have to start thinking about how to do that. But absolutely, it will not be like 2020 in previous years. It'll be a small event with a large component participating. And how to do it, that's a big question, to get really everybody feeling as though they're involved. So, but we have a year to go to think about that. Well, we have really, September is when we're going to announce publicly, and I'm going to cover this tomorrow in the closing plenary. So we meet with APRICOT EC in September. We decide what we're going to do based on the circumstances at the time. But, right after this event, Molly and I will start planning with ACHI on the assumption that we'll be going to Manila February next year, and what that event will have to look like. And we'll draw a lot from, ACHI mentioned in his updates about how PHNOG is going to operate. So, okay, next week virtual, but mid-year, it could well be a kind of pseudo, well, maybe an all in-person event. And that would be a very good indicator to us about how an APRICOT 2023 in Manila would even look like. And we hope, at least some of these NOGs that are starting to do the in-person events again will give others indicators about what might start being possible and what they have to actually do.
Yep, that's true. Wow, this is an endless discussion, because we have many issues and topics to share and also think about. But
we'll add more to Philip's context. Like, we're closely monitoring that as well. So one of the problems here is that unofficially, but we have some written rules about hosting events, and when we were thinking about APRICOT last year, we can actually pull it off, but there's a certain clause somewhere that states that if you host something and then you did not conform with the standard, it's a criminal offense. You go to jail. So, that's one of the major considerations, because even the hotels, they are responsible for that as well. So we will check with the current situation on what can be allowed. If they allow 50, 80, 100%, then that's the thing we will work on. And then after that, like what was normally discussed, when the attendees from other countries go back to their place, will they still be quarantined? And we will need to consider that as well. It will be a hassle for them to attend the 1 week conference and to be in 2 weeks of quarantine. Doesn't make sense. So those kind of considerations. A cruise, yeah, why not?
Yeah, great suggestion, Warren. Well, the GPF did that a few times, cruising around the Caribbean for 2-3 days and just talked about peering, apparently. Maybe we could do that. Hey, Molly?
Landlocked countries might miss out.
Some big dams in Bhutan, Tashi.
Cambodia, Mongolia, Bhutan, we might miss out on that. I just wanted to quickly share on top of what Doc and Archie said. While I understand with APRICOT, APNIC, and other conferences, we try to rotate that equally around sub-regions. Some of the places are really expensive for people to fly in, right? Be it the flights, be it just the food, just the hotel. While it's beautiful place, example, I see Arpan mentioning Bhutan also there. It's beautiful, but there are no frequent flights coming in, infrequent flights. There are only 2 or 3 entry points through which you can come in. The same was the issue I observed in New Caledonia. beautiful place, but I could see some fellows or some other independent participants struggling with how expensive the daily living was, because it's not like, yeah, they can get lunch from the conference and sure, but they would still need to find a place to sleep. They would need to find a place to eat. So yeah, even in those selections, I think it might be good to consider, is it affordable for rest of the region? I'm just throwing it there, Masan, so we must say.
No, it's okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
Camping. I like camping.
But by the way, I just want to echo on what Archie said just now. Just wondering, like, beside Philippines, you know, like Malaysia's also have a very strict SOPs. You know, like they recently going to approve in the parliaments, if you don't follow the SOP, organize an event with don't adhere to SOP, we can get like 1 million fines. I want to find out, like, any other countries doing the same as well. You know, like you don't follow SOP, you have to go to jail, you have to pay like a certain higher amount of fine and all that.
In Australia, they did that. If you exceeded the capacity of the different COVID restrictions, you can get anywhere from a $10,000 Australian fine up to, I think it was 150,000 for some venues. So they did have that in Australia. They're starting to ease that now, but I don't know what it's like in other countries.
Yeah, we have a similar restriction, but I'm not sure about the fine.
Yeah, because previously the fine in Malaysia is not that high. It's only like $1,000 US. And then, you know, like people start complaining, you know, like those like political events, they just like, oh, you want to fine me? I just pay for it. So they just increase like to like, how do I translate to that? Around 250,000 US dollar right now.
Wow.
Oh, don't complain. You go to jail in Singapore if you violate some of these restrictions.
Exactly. No negotiation in Singapore, right?
You can try that in the court.
I know of a couple of people have organised events, but it's been in a camping site, because then there is no restrictions because you're in your own tent. So they've been able to have 50 or 60 people at a birthday party, but it's only 3 people attending the birthday party.
The trouble that we had in Singapore when we tried to really do a physical event, because last year actually some of the rules were relaxed a bit, and it became possible to actually do an event. But the thing about is this COVID changes too rapidly, and then government regulations also move around too quickly. So like it can be possible for you to do something today, next month things change, and of course booking of venues, all these take months. You don't like book it today and then you have the event tomorrow. It's impossible, is it? So yeah, this is the challenge that we have. So like for us, the reason that we booked September this year to do our SG NOG is also because there's going to be F1 in September. So I mean, it's going to be a face losing thing if we don't have F1 going on 30th of September. So it's very likely that all these things will be able to happen in Singapore, unless the government decides you want to cancel F1, which will not look very good. Yeah, so it's good to tag along with some of these major international events, and then you can be more or less assured that the event will happen.
Yeah, agree. And then nowadays it's like we have to keep on reading to keep up with the new policies, new SOPs, and all that as well, because like you say, it changes like every few weeks, and then they follow on what is happening on the trend. I think that is the thing that we have to follow up as well.
Yeah, that's good point. Still, we have many topics that we want to discuss, but it's already how much time we are exceeding, not sure. But I'd like to conclude this session. Is it okay for us, or we want to continue?
Is this the camping session ready? So overnight or something?
Yeah, if we have a camping game, we can have over the night discussion and drinking and singing a song.
Well, we can open the Zoom bit earlier tomorrow and we can carry on discussing before the first session begins.
Yeah, also sounds good. So
we wake up
gathering before the actual session. Yeah, kind of the idea. Okay, then thank you for all for your participation for this NOG Organisers BoF. And thank you for sharing your comment and experience and situation in your region. And I hope this discussion will lead to some improvement in our future event. Thank you very much. Over to you, Philip.
Hey, before that, Philip, you want to do one more group shot? We have just one screen. NOG report and NOG BoF. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Mike has video on already. You can turn it on. Yeah, you can see your smile.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, I know. Okay, there. So we're gonna take 2 shots again. First one, I think it's good. Oh, I'll do my thumbs up now. 1, 2, 3. Okay. One more for, of course, backup. With Kitasan. Yay!
Look who's here.
1, 2, 3. Got it.
Wow.
Okay. Back to you, Philip. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. And it was great to see the youngest member of APRICOT in the picture there. Thank you. All right, that brings us to the end of today's session. We're only half an hour over our schedule, but it's been a great discussion. So thank you very much, Maz, for organizing yet again. Thank you for supporting all the work, Etchi, to have the NOG reports and the NOG BoF running so well, and it was great to see so many NOGs presenting yet again. So pretty valuable part of the event, I think. So thank you all very much. We resume again tomorrow. We have more exciting sessions tomorrow. So APNX side has the member meeting for those who are excited about that. And for those who are excited about DDoS, Barry Green will start us off with the first session tomorrow. With his panel discussion about that. Otherwise, thank you all very much. Have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow.
Bye.